Good morning, good day, and good evening. How are you doing, ladies and gentlemen? First one in today, none other than gamedev. Shout out, hope you're doing good, man. Second in, we got AE. Welcome, welcome. And also, Brainoid Games, how you doing? Hope you're doing good, man. Hope you guys are having a good Friday so far. The plan today is, I think we're gonna continue working a bit on Shrouded Loom. Yeah, I bet you didn't expect hearing that today, did ya? And to be fair, I actually was considering maybe playing through a bit of point-and-click games today. I think I should do that soon. Probably, at least before we start actually working on the final content. I feel like it would probably be good for me to just have a little bit more point-and-click games under my belt, you know. I feel like that would be a good thing. But today I'm too excited to work on the game, so screw you guys, I'm gonna work on my game. There are a few things I do want to fix. We'll see what we're gonna start with. I have a few simple things, and maybe one bigger thing we could look at. The thing is that I would preferably like to publish a new build for the playtesters relatively soon. Because I feel like we've gotten quite a few improvements. There are a few new things that people could start testing a little bit if they want to. So that would be nice, but I do want to make sure that each time I do like even if it's just for playtesters, each time I do an update, I do want it to be relatively substantial. Except if I'm, you know, maybe doing like just a teeny bug fix or something. But when I do these testing versions, I still want to have, you know, a relatively substantial update. For once, work on the game, man. Yeah, exactly. How you doing, Brainoid? How are your adventures going? Dude, what is this, man? What is this? Oh, you just can't see it, sorry. I saw it. Do we have any moderators in? Can we ban Pirogi for trying to rickroll? Kind of successfully doing it. I did forget to turn on the music though, so it kinda didn't work, but kinda did. I'll give you half a point. I'll give you half a point. Is this the rest of it? But the weapon looks cool, man. Nice job. Keep your word for a change. I'm sorry, AE. I'm sorry, man. Okay, before we get into it though, if anyone hasn't, of course, make sure to go and wishlist Shrouded Loom on Steam. I would really appreciate it. Let me pin this here. So far we're sitting at 210 wishlists. Feels pretty good. Not too bad, not too bad. It's a sticker that is a video. Oh, actually? That's kind of cool. So wait, would you play... If you played with this, you would hear it, like, constantly? That would be funny. I'll take a few days off Replica to do the... Oh, the D2 jam, the down to jam. Nice. In the weekend, it'll be good for me to step away for a while. Yeah, I do think every now and then it is probably good to have a little bit of a break. Like, to be fair, I kind of did as well. Not with a game jam, but if you do look at my VOD channel, I did have a little bit of a intermission, I suppose you can call it. Because obviously I did the whole game jam thing, and then a bit of Road Blight, and then here. This was basically me taking a short little break for a couple of streams where I did some just art stuff, which I suppose is, you know, related, and then played through Undertale twice, right? I did the first playthrough and then the full pacifist playthrough. And then since then I have basically, except for a stream every now and then, I've basically only been working on the game. But I do think, like, you know, every now and then it's kind of natural to get maybe a little bit of a break, right? If anyone hasn't, feel free to subscribe to the VOD channel if you ever miss a stream or so. It will always be published on here if you guys want to catch up or so. Or if you want to look back. It's actually kind of fun sometimes to have this stuff. Because it's kind of cool to look back and realize that, like, this is where Shroud of Gloom started. Like, this is the same project I'm currently working on. It's kind of cool to be able to actually go back and see, like, the grey boxing of the game that I did at first. Kind of cool. So it's perfectly wrapped on the mods, oh nice. You can't say you played Undertale if you haven't played a pacifist run. Dude, kinda true actually. I was surprised when it comes to Undertale. I was actually surprised at how much extra content. Oh sorry, how much extra content was in the game. Just like I thought that after doing the first playthrough, which is still, you know, quite substantial, I definitely thought that, you know, the pacifist run would basically be the same thing, and then I would get a bit of a different ending. Like, just like, oh yeah, the final cutscene is a bit different, you know. That was kind of what I expected. So I was quite surprised. I'm not gonna spoil anything for anyone who hasn't played Undertale. I do recommend playing it. But yeah, doing the pacifist playthrough adds, like, for me, I think it was like hours of content, which is unexpected. Worth it. Worth it. Yeah, I think definitely, as you said, kinda actually doing the pacifist run is... I mean, I think it's worth it. It's worth the extra playthrough to get it. Still haven't done the... what you call it? Like the horrible run? No. The... what you call it? I don't remember the term people use for it. The non-pacifist, the fucking genocide run, there you go. Yeah, exactly. I think that's, as far as I know, that's the only one I actually have left. Dude, I can even go back. I think we can go back and see the first object I do. Clickable objects. Oh yeah, this was when I started doing... The first thing I did was to use inheritance. Gang. Here we have the first version of the monster, a little red square. It is kind of cool to be able to look back on this. To be fair though, it didn't take long for me to not have... Like, I think day 2 is when I actually did the art. And, you know, it's pretty much the same. We did actually find the art style really fucking quick for this game. And it just sort of worked out. But it's kind of funny. Just like, a lot of these assets are still in the game. This table is, the door is. The lamp is the same, vents are the same. We have changed the flashlight. I don't have a drawer, because I don't know how to look inside a drawer. But, like, a lot of these assets are actually still in the game, which is a little bit fun. Yeah, really fun to go back and see all this. It is actually quite fun. Yeah, a little archive in it. A little archive. Okay, let me see. Best pixel animation I've ever seen. Is this gonna be another Rickroll? It's not. That one is pretty sick actually. Like the screen shake. They really do sell the impact, to be fair. Interesting angle to do it in as well. Yeah, that's actually sick animation. So, last stream, if anyone wasn't here, or if you don't remember, what we did is we started using the particle system. And yeah, we have a bunch of particles in the game now, which I think is very cool. People subliminally making Mad Chappie play one shot. Oh no, I am fully aware. I am fully aware. Even in, right? Isn't this also in the first one you sent, Parody? Boom, isn't that the character from One Shot as well? Yeah, I notice. I've convinced 5 people to play One Shot, he's next. Yeah, to be fair, to give him credit, Parody is Does my cursor actually... Wait, is your cursor the one shot? Are you mad? Is that actually it? That's funny. To be fair, Perodia is has actually been pretty passionate about getting me to play one shot. I probably will. I do have it on my wish list. I don't make any promises about when I'll play it, but I will probably play it. That's all I'm saying. I will probably play it one day. So yeah, last stream what we did is that we added these. They are kind of Satsu, but you can see little dust particles floating around in the room, which I think look a bit cool. We have a few smaller ones as well as a few bigger ones to kind of see if that can try and sell depth a little bit. We also did the particles, well, partly on normal interactions. So you can see that there's a little bit of a pixel burst going on when I click on something. As well as a slightly more intense one when you pick an item up. Small little things, but I actually do feel like it adds quite a lot. Dust particles when? We have the dust particles. Look. We have little dust particles floating around. Only visible in the light. Before you begin, I think you owe me something. I kinda do actually, to be fair. I kinda do. Yeah, I think when it comes to picking up items, I have been considering maybe adding something more. Oh yeah, this is one of the things I want to fix though. You can see that the dust particles are in front of the eyelids, which is a little bit, we don't want that. That's something I need to fix. I was leaning back, I didn't notice them. Yeah, they are, like I said, they are relatively subtle. It depends a little bit on your monitor. They're a lot more noticeable on my second monitor. I think it depends on how your monitor handles dark colors. But I do think they should remain relatively subtle, because yeah, it shouldn't be... this is the kind of stuff that I think is really nice touch, but I'm also fearful that it could get a little bit distracting if we go too far with it. Not that perfect. Yeah, I think we hit it pretty good now with this, like, they're noticeable, but it's not like... If you're not looking for them, they don't really distract you from the game, you know? Which I think is the kind of balance we want to strike. Don't care what you don't do. Don't care anymore, but I want my hot dog beans patch. You know what, I'll give you your hot dog beans patch. I shall do so. If I remember how to do it, I definitely do. Review, yeah, I do. There we go. Refund points back. I still have the video, but there you go, man. I give you your points back, which is a kind soul. You should have them back now. I was thinking with the pickup animation though, that potentially we actually could do something more. Someone, I don't remember who, sorry. Someone mentioned last stream that we could do something where we like see the item get moved into the backpack. I'm a little bit afraid that that could look a little bit too... what you call it? Oh, how do I explain this? It maybe could look cool, but I feel like it could look a little bit too much as well. A little bit less realistic, because it would be the object like floating to it. Like it would almost give off a little bit of a sci-fi vibe, I feel like. I'm not sure if you guys are following or if you agree or not, but I feel like it might. But I suppose also what we could do, rather than just instantly deleting the item, we could like very quickly shrink it or fade it out. Maybe fading it out is better if we wanna be pixel perfect, but just theoretically, if we shrink the item, we are doing pixels. I don't know if I care that much when it's such a quick thing. Because I imagine that we would still like... you know, shrink it in like, I don't know, a third of a second before it disappears. Like very small things, but I think this is the kind of stuff that should add. It adds quite a bit of polish. Dissolve it. I suppose that could look cool as well. But there you would do with a shader, right? If I'm not mistaken. Yeah, just dissolving, exactly. It's this kind of thing, right? Where you would basically... I don't know why I did this. I don't know how this explains it. Yeah, you would dissolve it. Yeah, I have an image of it. Fucking hell. Why am I trying to fucking hand sign it? I don't know. That's funny. Well, for a small object like that, you can animate it even. That looked like if you're checking with someone's balls file. Yeah, exactly. I don't know how I connected that part to dissolving. It was, I don't know why that was the hand gesture I decided to do. How do you mean that you could animate something like this? Since I would have to do something to the sprite, right? Like... Pixels slowly disappear frame by frame. But can I do that with one, since the... Wouldn't that be a fade out then? Or am I misunderstanding this? Because that was one of the things I was considering, where we could just... like relatively quickly fade it out. But you're saying, okay, pixel, we would destroy a pixel at a time, but how would I do that? Wouldn't that be with a shader or something? Since the sprite is not like every pixel is a sprite I can turn off, right? I finally updated from Blender 3.1. Ooh, are you happy? Are you satisfied? Have you tried it? I think I should update to Unity 6, I still haven't. Not exactly fading out. Yeah, just you mean to... But like, I'm more like interested in like how it would work, I suppose. Because I know the dissolving this, right, you would do with like a shader. But what you're saying, well, having a... You're meaning that like a pixel by pixel would kind of disappear? Kind of making a dissolving thing, that would that still be made with a shader then? I suppose that is my question. Because that could look kinda cool. It's either that or we do this, if you look at this battery, where we literally just relatively quickly fade it out rather than instantly turning off the object. Probably won't make like a huge difference, but it might be nice. Can be made via shader, but I think it would be easier to make it using pixel animation instead. I am not following how I could do that with animations. Unless... No, but that wouldn't work either, because I can't make black pixels to cover it, because what if it's aligning on something else, then we would cover that as well, which might look weird. Because otherwise I suppose you could... Oh, I guess you could do it with some mask thing, right? Maybe. What's up, Ozzy? How you doing? Welcome in. Because we can't just paint something over with a black pixel, since this battery could be positioned like here. Which means that if I do a black pixel here, we need to actually remove the pixel, make it transparent. So I suppose... Why can't you animate it frame by frame? Just I don't understand how I can remove one pixel from this sprite, unless you mean that I'm gonna do it manually by having multiple battery sprites. But that now means that I have to make... No, I don't want to do it manually. That's too much work. Like, it's fine for like the battery, of course, but then I'm gonna do that for every single item in the game that you can pick up. Feels like it's... I feel like that adds a lot of labor that I'm not sure gives me back the value worth that labor. I cannot fucking talk. What's up, Oklaslu? How you doing? I think the best option is UI shader, but I don't know your Unity version. I am on Unity 2021.3.21 F1 apparently. Then shade it is. Yeah, it feels like in that case shader, because then I can just, I would be able to add that to any item you can pick up, right? Which feels like it minimizes the manual work quite a bit. Because this is also one of the reasons why I don't have a lot of animations in the game, because I feel like, firstly because I'm not super strong with like animations, and it adds a lot of extra work, you know. Noise texture plus gradient texture. So I suppose, could you do pixel noise then, and make sure that that lines up, so that it actually becomes pixel perfect? Because I do think that a shader might, like this, might break the art style a little bit too much, maybe. UI shaders, it's bad in that version. Only coding options have no oh, do I not have shader graphs in this version? I did not know that. Oh wait, no, I do. Because when I look at material, is that not using the shader graph? Right here. Can I not, like... I opened some material before somehow. Oh no, wait, I'm thinking about font assets, I think. Open. Yeah, maybe not. Maybe I'm misremembering something here. I think I need to update though. Would you guys say, should I just update to Unity 6? Because I've always heard, like, when I first started developing, first started using Unity, I kept hearing people talk about, like, potential issues with updating Unity. So I think I've always been very hesitant to update while I have a current project. But the more I've been talking to people here on Twitch, it seems like most people don't really suspect there would be any issues. So I might just be overthinking it, to be honest. Doing great, had a productive half a day already, learning stuff, helping someone with tech trouble, finally added FOD to the game. Nice, man! So now I feel ready for the weekend. Nice, I'm happy for you, man. Yeah, I've seen, I've gotten a few notifications that you've updated the game, right? Has it been going well for you? How the fuck do I find people I follow on itch? I don't even know how to do it. Yeah, pixel noise would work. Yeah, maybe using a shader. Just I wouldn't mind learning the shader as well, because I've never done anything with shaders. So it might actually be a good thing to look into, to be fair. You can do a black image with that image sprite on lateral filled 0 and set it to 1 so it covers the white. But wait, would that be basically covering the white pixels with black? because I'm not sure that's gonna work. Unfortunately, that seems like a good way of doing it, but if this item is positioned here, where it has white behind it, we don't want to cover that with black, right? Because now we're covering... Now it's going to be visible that we're just covering it, not actually like dissolving it. So I think we need to kind of remove it, which I don't know. I suppose it could be possible maybe with some masking thing, but like I said, I have no idea how the shaders actually work. I upgraded and I'm not regretting it. Nice. You don't have a huge problem, so don't worry about things like this. Okay. No, that is probably fair. Just make your backup. Yeah, I suppose. What's up, Hobbychangers? How you doing, man? Welcome in. You got good news? Let me know. Like a life bar, but to black. Well, it's still basic by step, I add things. Nice, man. Nice. Yeah, we did play this on stream the other day. This is RZ's game. The Island Cartographer. It's like a more visually pleasing Sudoku. No, not Sudoku, sorry. I mean Minesweeper kind of thing. It's actually a cool game. So these are the number of beaches I need, so it's probably... Oh wait, am I misremembering how to do this again? No, you have one. Oh yeah, so it would be this. Two. You would have 3, you would have 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. Isn't this it? Oh, we're reading new controls. Oh, dude, I got it. I see, I have to select the water now as well. Ah, interesting. Interesting. Yeah, I saw that was a very good guess, wasn't it? Oh, cool, man. Cool. Did I link it? I did. Finally went back and finished my Flappy Bird game. You actually did. Just gotta export and release it. Let's go, man. Fuck yeah, uploaded it to itch, man. I'll have a look. I'm excited. Glad to see that you're getting back into the game dev biz. That's what we wanna see. Okay, so our question is, with this dissolver thing, or making some shader when we pick up an item, I would have to like see how it looks. Does anyone know a game that does something similar? Just wondering, I still probably want it to be relatively quick. So I wonder, is it gonna be noticeable enough? Because I don't think I want like a, you know, 1.5 second thing after you pick it up, because then it's gonna, I fear that it's gonna feel a bit unresponsive, I suppose. It's pretty basic, but it's a finished project at least, so I'm happy. Yeah, no, you should be. You should be. I mean, your first project should be basic, they should be simple, but especially they should be finished. I think that is... Finishing something is at first is the most impressive thing. What's your issue you're discussing? I'm basically considering if I should do even more when you pick up an object. So last time we added this little particle effect, so you can see that we have a little pixel burst when you pick up an item. It would be even more noticeable if I have the flashlight. You see this one? Boom. So I'm thinking about if I should maybe do something with the sprite as well, either like shrinking it, fading it out, moving it, or we were talking about having a shader that like dissolves it. What I started to think about now is whether or not the this solving is gonna be... Because obviously that's a little bit more of a complex visual thing, which might not be that noticeable. You're putting it upright? Yes. So this is me putting it in my backpack, which I technically don't have at the moment, but yeah. It's getting the item into the backpack. We also, I don't remember who said it, but we also discussed last stream about having it like be moved into the backpack, which I think could look cool as well, but I'm a little bit... There I kind of fear that it might look a little bit sci-fi-y. Which I suppose you could argue that dissolving stuff could be argued that it's a bit sci-fi as well. I think shrinking sends the wrong message. Things shrink visually if they move away from you, which is the opposite. Ah, that's actually kind of true. I think maybe just doing it... We could try first just doing a quick fade out, rather than instantly removing the sprite or deleting the object. We do like a half a second fade out, just to see whether it adds some value or not. I feel like just that's the first thing, just see, do we need to have something else? Because I would be kind of fine with this. Just having the particle effect actually did quite a lot. But I do wanna, I feel like it's worth trying to do some extra stuff just to see. I think the same in regards to moving the batteries into the backpack with Laszlo. I think that's what I mean, yeah. I'm super keen to get back into game dev. I already thinking about my next game. Nice! Might make a Tetris game. Ooh, interesting. Yeah, I'm happy for you, man. I do think that actually finishing your first game is the #1 way to motivate someone to get into game development as well. Because it takes time to realize that you can do it, you know, kind of thing. And as soon as you finish one little project, you kind of feel like, you know, you get a little bit of a boost, don't you? Like, you feel like, you know, I might actually be able to do this. What's up, Bly? How you doing? Chirpy, you're not gonna believe it. I made a functioning thing. Ooh, what did you do? What did you do? I was thinking of something bigger, but I don't want to overwhelm myself. Still learning, so baby steps. Yeah, I do think it's, generally speaking, it's always good to do stuff that you think are a little bit too small, because most of the time those small projects are a lot bigger than you think they are. Like, that tends to pretty much almost be the case. Especially if you wanna put in the time to actually, you know, really polish stuff up and so on. Because that adds so much extra work. Just having one more system or one more feature in the game is like a lot of work in terms of like polishing and stuff, you know, which is easy to kind of underestimate at first. Because I think in the beginning, which I am still not perfect at this, of course, like this is still something I practice in terms of like scope management, the ability to gauge how long something takes and like how much work you have to put into it is like a skill, you know, like you actually have to practice it. And that's like the main reason why I think that we should try and make relatively small games, because a lot of the time it's like I've tried multiple, you know, massive game projects that in my mind I thought like, yeah, I can do this. But then every time I've kind of at some point got into a reality check where I'm like, what the fuck am I doing? Why am I trying to make a massive RPG game when I barely know what the fucking variable is, you know? Maybe I should calm myself down a little bit, you know? Maybe get back on earth and just make something simple. Because you know what? I'm gonna say it as well. You don't have to make your fucking dream game to find game dev enjoyable. You actually don't. Like, because at least for me, I think that game dev in itself is enjoyable. I like making games. And even with like my first game, which was a game that I wouldn't even play myself, I would say that I mean, I would probably try it, but I wouldn't actually sit and like play that game. It's not like a game I feel super passionate for. But you know what? I had fun making it. And I think a lot of the time people would... Of course it's good if you're passionate about your game and it's a game you would like to see, but I think just the process itself can be very rewarding, even if it's just a simple little Pong game, you know. Okay, let me catch up with chat here. What's your planned release date? Mine? Currently I'm hoping for a demo for the Steam Next Fest in June and full release for October, but I am making no promises, because just like I was speaking about, I feel like I've not really gotten to the point where I find gauging the time stuff takes is very easy for me yet, because I am still relatively early in my game dev journey, you know. So I kinda don't fully trust my opinion in how quickly I can get something done, you know. But that would be my goal, you know. But it might take longer. It might take longer. I made a Geometry Dash clone and it works. Actually, oh nice! Congratulations, Bly. Have you published it anywhere? Exactly, it's a super rewarding experience finishing games. It really is. So fucking happy right now. I'm happy for you, Bly. What's up, Deborah Heaven? How you doing? Welcome in. I'm learning Unity 3D. Is a nightmare, so much to learn. Yeah, I can imagine. Like, I'm still sticking to 2D. I've never tried anything 3D yet. Because it's also one of those things where I kinda went, you know what, I feel like I'm gonna struggle enough with 2 dimensions, so I'm gonna stick to it for now, you know what I mean? However, that is not to say that I don't think if someone is mainly interested in making 3D games, fucking try making a 3D game. You can absolutely make a 3D game for your first game. However, I still think that for most people, you should still really try and make a simple game at first. That is my opinion. At least. Even if it's small, plus you learn so much. Yeah, if anything, I would almost argue that you learn more on a small project, or doing multiple small projects than doing one big in the same time frame. I kinda feel like you learn more that way. I don't know if people agree or disagree, but I feel like that's the case. Yeah, we've been getting a few more bots recently. This is the second stream in a row where I've had a little bot come in. But yeah, welcome Deborah. Hope you're doing good. Hope you're having a good Friday. Could you show the current animation again? I'd like to pay attention to something about it. Yeah, for sure. Absolutely. To be completely transparent, I should say that there isn't an animation right now. Now when you pick up an item, there's no animation. What we have is an object being destroyed, as in instantly disappearing, and then we have a particle effect. Let me get the flashlight, just so it's more visible. So this is the current pickup animation, which works for basically any item, even the backpack has a little particle effect. Which I do feel like it actually added quite a bit, compared to only having it immediately disappear. That is how we currently do it. Absolutely feel that. Too much experience doing ridiculous scale games, yeah. I mean, I've tried making a massive RPG game twice, and I've tried making 2 pretty overscoped, like, I made one roguelike deck builder and one roguelike, a turn-based roguelike, both which I think were way too overscoped for me personally. I think for someone with a lot of experience, I think those projects were not... I think the RPG game in general, like, if you're trying to make a massive RPG game, you do need to really consider whether it's too big of a project, because those tend to be very big, because you have to manually make a lot of content. Obviously with something like a roguelite, there's more like generated content, so it's not the same kind of scope as a massive open world RPG game, but still for the skill level I was at when I was making them, I still think I overscoped those games quite a bit. I still have them though, it's kind of fun to look at, they are playable, it's like basically prototype stuff with art, but they're fully playable, the game loop kinda works, but like the amount of polishing and stuff I would have to do and like, I don't know, I think I overscoped those quite a bit. And then not having any basics under my belt, exactly. Because I still don't feel like I have all the basics under my belt. You know, I learn shit every fucking day. Which is also one of the things I like, to be honest. I put a clip of it in the Show Your Progress in Vin server. Let me have a look. Nice! Dude, this is sick! This is the kind of stuff I mean, like, this is a really good scope. This is the kind of shit you should do, like, and you as well, Hobbo, like, I think for the first games, like, Geometry Dash, Flappy Bird, I don't know, fucking classic games like Pong, or maybe Pac-Man, I would say could be a little bit complicated actually. I probably wouldn't do a Pac-Man for my absolutely first game, because there you have a bunch of AI and stuff. I feel like most people should, of course I'm not the, you know, you shouldn't take my word as fucking gospel here, but I do think that for most people, I believe that the best thing to do is to make something almost as simple as possible, just to make sure that you just make sure that you can at least have finished one thing, and then try to play around a little bit more. That's what I think, at least. I've never finished a game, Battlebird is my first game. Yeah, I mean, the Game Jam version I did is the first game I have, like, officially finished. I mean, depending on how technical you wanna be about it, I would say that these two games are finished. The main reason why I don't say that they are is because I haven't actually published them. But, like, the actual game design and, like, development of them are pretty much done. I just need to fix a few, like, sound effects and music, and these games are pretty much finished. But both of these are really simple. This was the first game I actually finished, which is like, you know, it's a simple catch game, like catch shit that falls down. That's the entirety of the game. And the second one I did is like, you know, this simple little memory game. And you know, I truly believe that I learned more during these projects than I did when I was trying to make my massive RPG game. You know, doing these little short ones, I feel like I growed way more as a developer. I should publish them at some point though, I really should. I also have all of the development recorded of my first game, so I kind of think I should make a devlog from that one as well. I need to get on the YouTube grind. I need to I need to edit, that's the thing. My editing backlog is massive. I still haven't published my 10 bows video either. I've almost done editing that one, but yeah, editing is long, to be honest. Yeah, I'm gonna do 2D for a while. Yeah, I think so as well. Make simple 3D games. No, yeah, I do agree that you definitely, if you want to make a 3D game, I think it's fine to try and make a 3D game even as your first game, as long as you try to keep the scope kind of small. However, I don't think this is ever gonna work. Like, me telling you that you shouldn't do a massive RPG game, I don't think is gonna deter anyone who wants to try it, because I wouldn't have been. The first game I tried to do was a massive RPG game. If I would have heard someone tell me that you should make a really small game because an RPG game is too big, I still would have tried. I think I needed to try and fail making the RPG game to really understand the value of scope management, you know? The only thing I am very happy about is the fact that it didn't deter me from continuing game development, because that would have been sad. But that is like the reason I decided to make a simple catch game, because I was like, I'm just gonna make the fucking simplest game I can think of and just see if I can finish it, you know. And now I've been doing this for quite some time at least. But I think for a lot of people, I think they kind of need to go through that thing where they try to make something massive and they kind of have to come to the realization themselves that, you know, this is too big of a project. But yeah, like I said, the only thing I hope is that when they come to that realization, I hope it doesn't deter people from game development, because in the end, I think game development can be really rewarding. Of course, there's an argument that game development is not gonna be for everyone, absolutely, but I'm sad. I installed Unity once when I was like 12 or something. But I think I was very lost, didn't know what I was doing, and then I just ended up never trying it. And sometimes I can't help but think, like, imagine if I actually would have gotten into game development when I was like 12 and I would have fucking continued doing it since then. That would have been fucking sick. Imagine how much better I would have been. But you know, we can't live in the past like that. I can't change it. I'm happy that I got into it when I did. In the end. To my simplistic experience, that already counts as animation. Fair enough. So what I notice, there is no hint that things are being picked up. There's no indication that the backpack is being interacted with, even though it technically is. So there is, but I do need to... I think I might not have picked up the backpack yet. Because I do have a backpack animation when you pick up items. But I think it doesn't work here because I haven't found the backpack yet. So if I pick this up, you don't notice it. But if I cheat and give myself the backpack, you can see that the backpack kind of pops up whenever I pick up an item. So that's one of the things I do as a little indication that that's where the item is going. But it's possible that that didn't show up when I was showing this before, because I might not have enabled the backpack. So some form showing the top of the backpack for a brief moment. Yeah, exactly. With the item shown in the opening. Oh, that's gonna be difficult. I feel like that might be too much. It would be cool, absolutely. The issue is that I can't take this sprite and put it here, right? Because perspective-wise, the battery would be much bigger close to the backpack. And I don't know if I want to make custom sprites for items entering the backpack for every item. I feel like that might get out of hand. But it would be sick. I just don't know if it might be too much work. Because like I said, I know I do go a little bit scope creepy every now and then. We do throw in a few extra features here and stuff. But I am really trying to make sure that I don't go too far with like scope creep. With stuff that feels like it adds too much manual labor. So like being able to reuse something like this for everything you pick up. Of course it's not as polished, absolutely, but it's much more viable as a solo developer, I feel like. With my time frame. Because I also, you know, I do need to publish this game at some point. But it's a cool idea. So it's clear you're interacting with the backpack here too, you know. Okay, great, that's worth a lot. Yeah, I do think it's good, as you said, having something. Yeah, perspective is crazy. The battery to the right of the carpet already looks smaller. It does, doesn't it? It already kinda messes up. Like, this one looks way smaller than this one. Obviously, these are just thrown out here for testing purposes, but that is... You're absolutely right. What's up, Swizer? How you doing? Welcome in, man. As well as Mr. Zombie. How you doing? Hello, chap. Hope you're doing good, man. Yes, chip it. You know what? You know what? Also, ladies and gentlemen, let me throw a little shout out here to Mr. Zombie UK, also working on a horror game. He's working on a cool like 3D horror game with like, I don't know, does he have kind of like, what's the art style? How do you define it? Is it like PlayStation 2-ish, PlayStation 1-ish 3D art? Like, it's a cool art style. It feels like also a bit, you know, nostalgic in a way. PlayStation 1 style, there we go. Yeah, check him out, give him a follow. Okay, let me continue catching up with chat here. I know I missed a few things. Make a simple existing game, but add a small twist to it, that's my advice. Yeah, that's a good thing as well. For your first game, I don't even, like, if you want to make a viable product, I think that's great advice. If you want to just try making a game, I think, like, for your first game, even if you want to just straight up copy a game, like do Pong just as Pong was, I think that's fine. But for more, like, viable commercial products, I think you kind of need some... It's usually hard to do straight up copy-paste, you know. That is absolutely fair. Code and Respawn killed me, to be honest. I would have been able to do that. I wouldn't have been able to do that without Vin and JP. Oh, I see. No, but it's a good job, Bly. I'm happy for you. I'm proud of you. Me and Minesweeper, though unintentionally. Yeah. No, but that is like, because your game immediately, I can see the resemblance, but it's also unique, and that's often what you kind of want to. You want to hit that, that balance. Same thing with Brainard. Like, obviously you see the inspiration from Balatro, but you still have your own game going on. You know, it's not just a Balatro copy. You know. Which I think that's having that little twist where it's still something unique is good. That's what you want to have, especially for like a commercial product, at least. I'll be sure to let you know when I release. Do so, Hobbo. Absolutely, I'll have a look at it. Bro, everyone keeps telling me to make an MMO. The joke doesn't die, yeah. Don't make an MMO. I will be the one to tell you, no, don't do it. Please don't make an MMO. A few years ago there was a viral game which was a game about making games. Interesting. What was the, do you know the title? JR or Junior Coder. Thank you very much for the follow, appreciate you, man. Hope you're doing good. Let's see, I'm still a bit far behind in chat here. I am catching up though. Let me give me a moment, I'm trying. Let me see here. Yeah, Zombie, by the way, Zombie UK, do you have a Steam page up for your game? Is it on Steam already? I'm feeling the pressure. I'm moving in a few months and I've already started putting in less dev time while I pack up a house. Ooh, I can imagine that taking up a bit of the dev time. And I realized that you actually were thinking about doing the release kind of similar to me. Thank you very much for lurking, Coder, Junior Coder. I appreciate you very much. Hi friend, why you're... Probably fair point. Why doing? Actually, I'm new to your stream. Welcome in, Junior Coder. Very nice to have ya. Oh, you're a C++ dev. Interesting. Are you doing game development as well, or something else like web development? Are you using Unreal then, I assume? Game Dev Tycoon. Oh yeah, I think I did hear about that one. I think I've heard about this. Yeah. Yeah. Overwhelmingly positive. So how did they actually do the... Like, how do they gamify the actual development part? Or is it more like managerial kind of thing? Or like, is there like a creative aspect to like the games you make as well? Does anyone know? It's more managerial? Okay. That's still cool though. Should we give it a go sometime? Fuck it, you know what? I'll wishlist it. I'll wishlist it. But yeah, Junior Coder, what I am working on is a point-and-click horror game called Shroud of Gloom. It's this little bugger, which is on Steam at the moment, so if anyone wants to wishlist it, you have the link right there. We do appreciate those wishlists very much. It's it's basically a point-and-click horror game, trying to focus a bit on atmospheric horror and like psychological horror. And it's this mostly 1-bit, pixel art, first-person perspective point-and-click game. Little bit interesting. I do feel like we actually do have something relatively unique here. I feel like not that many point-and-click games are actually in like a proper like first-person perspective. We're still relatively early in development. We have started like playtesting the game and stuff, but basically all of the content we currently have is placeholder. Like none of these rooms are final. Basically just been hardcore polishing mechanics for like the past months. And we are getting there. I'm starting to feel really good about where this is at, so soon we're gonna be able to start just ramming out content. Steam page is coming next month. Okay, gotcha. I made sure to wishlist it when you publish the page. I have to get a few more things done so I can show off a bit more. Yeah, I understand. I'm gonna sleep. Happy game devin. I'll be back with release news. Sounds good, Hobby Channels. Thank you very much for dropping by today, and have a good night, man. I appreciate you. I think it is more managerial, hitting the goals. Okay. The shader is gorgeous. Do you mean for the light? Do you wanna know what the most fun thing is? The fact that I haven't even done nothing about it myself. It's 100% the Unity Light 2D system. I have still never touched a shader in the game. But it works fucking good, doesn't it? It does work pretty good. But I have not a single manual shader in the game yet. You have a team with members, though members have stats like game engine, UI, sound. Oh, so like what they are working on basically. And then when you assign them to a task, depending on how good they are at that task, they'll contribute minus or plus points to the game. Oh, interesting. So if you're running like short on time and you're like in crunch mode, you could like force the UI person to work on a bit of sound, but you might get a bit worse sound and stuff. That's actually kind of interesting. I assume that's the case, at least. That's why I see that going. Game is built in phases. In the end, before you launch it, you have to check the market trends, do game shows and events, marketing, etc. In the end, launch it. The game starts in the 70s. So you are dev, new game consoles and techniques are created, like the NES and PlayStation 1, 3D Dude, actually kinda sounds pretty sick. So you can recreate classic and bank with it. That is interesting. But I feel like, okay, we pretty much have to try this at some point. Let me wishlist it. Oh, not too expensive either. Let me watch the teaser or trailer. I'm also heading out. Sorry to drop that and dip, but the kiddo is getting up in a few. No worries, Bly. Thank you very much for dropping by, and I'm excited for your game. You're doing good. I appreciate ya. Thank you for dropping by. Like, if you're the first to make a Super Mario at the time the Super Mario came, you make a lot of money from it. Ah, I see. So actually having a bit of knowledge about the games industry history would actually be an advantage. You could kinda use that to your advantage, so to speak. It works. Thank you, Zombie. I appreciate ya. But your game does look sick as well, I must say. What are... could you give me the elevator pitch for your game? Because I've only been lurking a little bit in your stream and stuff, but give me like the elevator pitch. If you don't mind. Well, I don't have further good ideas for the picking up. You already did my best one. Have a nice day and weekend. See ya. No worries, man. Thank you very much for dropping by, RZ. Always nice to have you here. I do think we could do something more fun with the pickups. I'm gonna try a few things and see whether they work or not, I think. What's up, Peepa Poopy? How you doing? Welcome in. Nice to have ya. We're gonna take a look at the trailer for the Game Dev Tycoon game, where I think you play as like a game dev manager, lead developer. What would the position you're playing as be? Would you be like... would that be... no, not lead... lead designer, lead developer, lead... fucking production manager? What? Dude, I'm so fucking detached from the professional industry. That's actually mad. Dude, I'm such a fucking indie... I feel like such an indie scrub when I speak about this. Holy shit. I have no idea how professional game dev actually works. Okay, so we start off just making our game here. Okay, I suppose this is a lot of progression feeling, right? We're gonna build up a huge fucking studio and stuff. Oh yeah, oh you count the number of bugs and stuff as well, that's kind of fun. Assign who does what. Yeah, I think this would actually be very fun to try, not gonna lie. I get to choose the budget and everything. I kind of want to give this a go at some point. I mean, the reviews are really good, overwhelmingly positive. I did wishlist it? I did. Yeah. Fuck it, I'll try it at some point. Okay, should we get down to some business? Should we get working? Also available for mobile. Ooh, interesting. If anyone has some good point and click games you would recommend, feel free to recommend those as well, because that is something. I have a few on my wish list, but I do, like I said before, I think we're gonna have to take some time at some point and just play through point and click games for like inspiration and stuff. Or just to get more experience in them, really. Nice casual game, yeah. Yeah, it seems like it. What are you working on today? I have a few things I wouldn't mind going through. I'm not sure how much we're gonna get through. We have one little thing where in the intro the dust particles is in front of the eyelids, which looks weird, so that's something I need to fix, but that should be quick. I'm thinking about maybe seeing if we can do even more polish on like the item pickup stuff, have some kind of animation thing going on. I think that's what we're gonna try first. The other two things I would like to do at some point is these are a little bit bigger, but doing something better between room transitions whenever we go into a new room. Because I feel like it's a little bit too static right now. We almost only have like a fade out and fade in, you know? Which I feel like we could do something more creative there. Maybe, as we said, like have some little subtle flashlight animation, maybe move the camera a little bit. So like if you go into a door in front of you, you kind of zoom in the camera a little bit. And then in the next room, you start with the camera zoomed out and you like land in that room to kind of show movement, I suppose. Those code reds idea, I think it could be a pretty good idea. And then I would like to polish my inventory at some point, make sure that you can like rearrange and order your inventory and stuff. I think would be kind of cool. Because right now I would say that the inventory doesn't really feel up to standard. Because like the only way you can actually rearrange stuff is that, like, if I... Oh no, I have too many items now. Let me do this. Reload. And then give me these tools. And if I pick up this key, all of these automatically move. And now if I place it, it goes to the end. But I can't, like... I think I would like something where you could drag and drop this key over here if you want. And that would, like, push these forward. So that you can, like, rearrange it. Have some, like, drag and drop system is what I think I would like. But that's gonna mean that we're gonna have to refactor how we actually handle the inventory a bit. But I feel like that is something I would like to do at some point. Horticulture is nice. Yeah, that one I do have on my wish list. It does look quite decent. Doesn't that even have a bit of a horror theme to it? It doesn't look like it, but I'm pretty sure. Doesn't it even have the horror tag? Or maybe it's just mystery. Lovecraftian, mystery, adventure, dark. Okay, so it's not really horror, but it does still have those, like, dark, mystery, Lovecraftian, adventure kind of thing. Yeah, I think this is one that we should try. If anything, I feel like horror is not as important. I feel like I need to look at more, like, point-and-click puzzles for inspiration. Because we do... Like, I think the hardest thing for me is gonna be to develop, like, really good puzzles and stuff, making sure that there's some variety. Because I think if every room you come into is like, oh, find the key, unlock the door, that's gonna get tiring after a while, you know. We need some variety and stuff. Okay, let me see. I feel like fixing the... this thing where you can see the dust in front of the eyelids, that should not... Shouldn't I only have to change, like, the... layers of this? Like, this one is on the Z layer, so what if I go to... intro cutscene... eyelids? Or why do I have multiple? Animation. How do I... Oh, I assigned that as runtime. Which one am I using? I don't think it's this one. Oh, this one is active? Oh, it's an empty object? Oh, no, it's faded out. Then here I have eyelids. Why do I have two? New eyelids. Sounds like that's the one I'm using. I'm gonna try deleting these and see what happens. That's the best way to do it, isn't it? Delete and see if it breaks. That seems functional. Yeah. So in that case, eyelids. Position Z. What if I would put like 2 here? How does that change things? Because I'm pretty sure you can use the Z value in 2D to kinda define layers. Well, this is not working. I can still see it. What if I do 100? Or is it the opposite? No, I would want these to be up. Wouldn't that be a higher number? Still not working. Maybe I have to do it another way. I need the eyelids to block the particle effects, but the particle effects are not part of the UI system, so I can't like assign that in the hierarchy. So, okay, what if I do minus 100? Are you gonna disappear then? No. Okay, I'm not sure I completely know how the Z values actually work here. So how do I make sure that these eyelids always cover up the particle effects? Must be a way of doing it. Okay, we have an ad break coming. I'm quickly gonna run and reheat my coffee, and I'll be back in just a minute or so. Thank you guys very much for your patience. Cheers. And we are back. Thank you guys very much for your patience. Okay, I actually don't know how I am going to fix this issue. Doesn't seem like the layering stuff... Oh wait, do I not have... What about the other one? The like... Can I select the layer here? I suppose I could do it... Wait, these are unlit. Yeah, but you should be unlit. Oh wait, there's also this layer, maybe that changes it. So this is on the UI layer, whereas particle effects is on the default one. But shouldn't that make the UI be in front of the default layer? Do I just not fully know how layers work? Wait a second. What happens? Because I have the game and I have my UI canvas. What if I, in the hierarchy, just put the particle effects in between those? Is that gonna fix it? No, it didn't. I still see a dust particle here. Yeah. I don't understand this. Since eyelids are in the UI space, it should be on top of particles that are in world space. Yeah, they should, shouldn't they? I feel like that makes sense, because the UI is a higher layer, right? And yeah, this is considered the UI. So is the game, but these are still visible. Layer default. Oh, sorry about that one. Not me fucking slapping my mic around. Renderer. Sorting layer ID. Default. Order in layer 0. That should be behind the UI layers, right? What if we try... Because I could lower this one as well, right? What if I lower the order in layer? Now I only did it for small particles. Do we see any small? That might... I actually don't think I do. But they disappeared completely from the room instead. Now they are visible. Yeah, on negative values they just disappear, it seems like. Now we have the small dust particles. Oh wait, this is sorting layer. Add sorting layer. Oh, I only have one sorting layer. Oh, sorting layers are not the same thing as layers. Okay. Rendering layer mask, light layer default. Okay, can I do something with the... Because if it's in front of my other UI elements, that's kind of fine. Or maybe no. If the dust is floating in front of the inventory, that's gonna make it seem like an overlay, which might be bad. Layers on top right in Inspector are physics layers, not sorting layers. Oh, I see, okay. So these ones, you mean? Are physics, not sorting layers. So I need to have... But still here then... Oh no, because then this isn't... So how do I do this? This is surprisingly... difficult. I suppose the easy way I could do it is actually to turn these off and just enable them when the player stands up. That's the kind of cheeky way of doing it. But I think sorting layers won't work between world space and canvas. Canvas is always on top no matter what. There must be a workaround, because otherwise, because here's the thing, my entire game is a UI canvas. Like even the room, the walls and everything is on a UI canvas. And we do have the dust in front of that. So did I do some workaround to get this? I suppose we should look at the particles then. What exactly do I do here? How do I make these in front of the room? I mean, it must be in the renderer, right? Sorting fudge. No idea what that is. Render alignment. Allow roll. Masking. Apply active color space. Interesting. And it wouldn't be to up this value either, because that would make this because a higher layer is on top of a lower layer. So that would not be the solution either. I mean, I suppose that like I said, the lazy fix to do this now is to make sure that these are only visible when you're out of that cutscene. Maybe it's your canvas that is always in the background. Good point. Because the game, I suppose, should be canvas. Oh, sorting layer default. Order in layer 0. Ah, well wait, is this physics again? So is this actually gonna sort it visually speaking? Or is this just physics? Because otherwise I suppose I could set up so like the game is on layer 0. The UI is on like layer 2. And I have my particle effects on layer 1. Could that work? Then my UI canvas would be in front, but the game canvas would be in the back. I'm not sure that's how these layers work. Is the twinning library the DoTwin add-on that you used? Yes, I used the free version of DoTwin, so not this one, but this one, right? Yeah. This is the one I'm using. And so far I should say I'm quite happy with it. It's quite simple and quite powerful. And I kinda, at least those simple ones, I kinda like doing programmatic animations and stuff. Looks promising, it is. The only sad thing is that you can't do like actual Text Mesh Pro with the free version. However, there's usually ways to get around that, you know. Because like, for example, you can't fade out the color of the text in the Text Mesh Pro component. But if you want to fade it out, you can put a canvas group on it and fade out the canvas group. So, you know, there's always ways to get around that kind of stuff. So far I feel completely fine with the free version. Should we try it then? What if I do game canvas? I have you on the default layer 0, and then we do UI. Oh yeah, I've actually put this one order in layer 1. What if I put you... Oh, but then... Where are you then? Default. This was at 0, so this should have been behind. So maybe this is not gonna work. If I do 1 here, order in layer 1, game canvas is 0, and then we do UI canvas, we put order in layer 2. I suppose we should separate, make more layers as well. Oh wait, I wasn't paying attention. Yeah, it's not working. I can still see the dust particles. So is this the thing that you were talking about, Pipa, maybe? Where this is are these just the... What do physics layers do? Oh, it's for collision detection, is it? It is? Okay, so what if we do a little ChatGPT? How do I have some particle effects in my scene. Which I want to have in front of the game canvas, but behind the UI canvas. Particle effects in my scene. I suppose I should specify that this is not on a canvas. Which I want to have in front of the game canvas, but behind the UI canvas. How do I set this up? A world space canvas? No, it's not, but sure. But behind your UI canvas, screen space overlay. I think both of mine are screen space camera, to be honest. Understand your layers and sorting. Yeah, I think that is what I need to do. You need to use a sorting layers and ordering layer for 2D rendering and particles. Because I usually do this with the hierarchy, you know, where I just mix stuff up in the hierarchy, and most of the time that is enough to get it working. Your setup probably includes a game canvas, world space canvas with UI elements rendered into a game world. Nope, but let's see if it works anyway. UI, okay, and then particles, non-canvas game objects, yeah. Okay, tags, project settings, tags and layers, sorting layers and define them. Background, game canvas, particles, UI. And then I just assign those. But like, so would that be assigning it as a tag instead then? Oh no, because this is a sorting layer, right? No, it's not. That is the layers here, which I think are the physics layers. Like, where do I... Oh, here, it was in the renderer, right? I have the sorting layer ID. This is an actual sorting layer. Okay. And then I would do the same with the canvases I would put on different layers. Okay. So then we make... Maybe I keep default and have default be the game. And maybe at some point I want to have a background behind that one. Maybe a... Well, what should I call this one? Particles? Sure. Do a specific one for particles, maybe. And then we have one for UI. Okay. And now... Game canvas, sorting layer default, sure thing. UI, sorting layer, UI. And then... Let's see, I don't need to change this one. However, these two in the renderer, sorting layer, you should be particles. And I think we can set this to 0, as well as this one. Do I have to change this for each image inside as well, or no? No, that should probably be fine. Yeah, just it's about the canvas, right? I'm getting so good at Counter-Strike, people started to accuse me of cheating. Let's go, man. That's when you know you've made it, you know? If anything, it's a compliment. Okay, so these are now set up in the particles layer. This is set up on the UI layer. And this is the default one. Wait, is the stream really quiet or is it a still issue on my part? I'm gonna throw an assumption that it's a still issue. If anything, my stream tends to be pretty loud. I actually think my general volume is louder than other people on Twitch. I actually think that's the case. To be fair, most of the time I find other people to be too quiet though. So I don't know. Am I the weird one? Maybe. But I don't think anyone else having issues. Feel free to let me know. If it's on my end, then I'll look into it. According to OBS, it seems to be registering my levels as normal. Is it still issue on my part? Okay. For me it's okay. Noise. I'm messing. Oh. I had to. It was a perfect moment. Okay, let's see if this works. I think it works. Or maybe not, because I can't see any dust particles. Oh no! Wait, is this fucking up now? Because is my light on a different layer? So is things not gonna react correctly? Like things on my UI canvas? Are those still gonna be... Ah! No, now I can light up my... Scheisse. So the light is rendered on a specific layer as well. But in that case... Okay. So in that case I need them to be on the same layer. But it must be the... But then why didn't it work when I changed the order in layer? If I have all of them on one layer, but put the game canvas on order in layer 0, particles on 1 and UI on 2. That should work too, right? Right? Yes, capitalized. That totally works. Okay, tell me here if I am the crazy one. Am I the only one who fucking hates when ChatGPT sends me emotes? Am I the only one? Am I the only one who for some reason feels like... I don't know, I don't like when ChatGPT sends me emotes. For some reason it like triggers me a little bit. Am I crazy? Maybe I am. Anyone else? Anyone else? Am I the only one who finds it weird when ChatGPT sends emotes? Maybe I'm just a fucking weirdo, it's very possible, but... I think I've even multiple times said that I don't want ChatGPT to send me emotes, but he seems to be forgetting sometimes. You're good to go, dancing emoji stars, like, fuck off, you're an AI, I don't need you to send little, like, don't try to, like, I don't know what the fuck, what is the purpose of this? I don't need it, be cold, it's fine. I'm totally okay with you just giving me a completely unhuman cold answer. I'm fine. You don't need to fucking spruce it up with happy little emotes. I don't know. Maybe I'm just ranting, but for some reason this like triggers me a little bit. What's up, Cheetah? How you doing? ChatGPT social engineering you, pretending to be your human friend. I kind of feel like that's what it's doing, you know? I'm feeling like you're trying to pose a little bit too much now. Like, you don't need this. Like, it's okay. Just be a AI bot here. It's fine. ChatGPT is trying to make a LinkedIn post. Yeah, pretty much. Like, yeah, I don't know. I feel like it's unnecessary, and frankly, I just don't like it. Fucking don't add these unnecessary emojis in the future. Thanks, babe. Cheers. But I have said that before, so I don't know if it's the memories messing up a little bit, maybe. ChatGPT is depressed, so trying to be cool and happy for everyone, and then me just fucking dogging on him. Clear signs of depression. I'm reading this based on hierarchy. I'm assuming that if they're on the same layer, I don't know, the answers are from 3 years ago. But like, I tried setting it in the hierarchy and with the like order in layer, and it never seemed to work. Let me try again though. I feel bad for leaving ChatGPT on read and I instantly vanishing from the chat when I get what I need to. I actually did as well. You know, in the beginning, whenever I got ChatGPT to help me, I always ended the conversation with "thank you very much." Like, I always had to do a little like, yeah, you know, thank you for helping me out. Because I also it felt a little bit weird just noping out of the conversation afterwards. It feels like inhumane. Even though I know this is like a bot I'm talking to, I still want to be like, you know, cheers, mate. All LinkedIn posts are ChatGPT already. It's probably true, isn't it? Santon writes, thanks for the info, this is all I need. Goodbye to a language model. Yeah. This is actually wasting resources to have the language model read that. I suppose that is actually a pretty fair argument, isn't it? Yeah? It's good that you thank it. They use that as feedback for the result approval. Oh, I suppose that might be a good argument as well. We're basically training the bot that I was happy with whatever you did. I hope that works the other way as well. Those, you know, those on occasion when I start like screaming to ChatGPT with caps lock because he keeps hallucinating and doesn't understand the question I asked him. And I successively get more and more infuriated until I end up with caps lock on and like 5 exclamation points. That probably gives some feedback as well, doesn't it? Never understood the appeal of AI. You mean whatsoever? No, I feel like there's definitely an appeal with AI. Like, it's, if anything, I think AI is pretty cool. Like, the fact that I can make this one write me code or a fucking article or whatever, it's a cool thing that it's working. I do think that, like, I think AI isn't where some people expect it to be. Like, for example, with code, at least ChatGPT, I find is just not as reliable as some people make it out to be, you know? I think most of you guys probably are aware, but I do know specifically, like, friends who are not coders and stuff, going, like, you know, today you don't even need to know how to code, you can just use AI, and that's like, yeah, AI can help you, but, like, no way I would be able to make this game only using ChatGPT code, because most of the time, I find that AI code, if I do a little copy-paste when I'm lazy, I like fix one issue and then introduce 2 other ones, and I still have to, like, manually tweak it. It's not really to the point where AI is gonna make me my entire game, which I wouldn't like. Even if that was the case, I wouldn't use it because I kinda enjoy the process of manually making the game. Can't make me toast yet. There's one professional chef robot in the market, but still a big way to go. Chicken man streaming at the computer, what a scene. Yeah, exactly. Andrew Chatter starting the machine revolution to kill all humans movement. Whatsoever, it only spews nonsense for me. A lot of the time it does. I do think that it's, especially early on here, like, a lot of people, I feel like we kinda overestimated where AI is. Like, obviously it's gone really far. It's really, like, it can do very impressive things, but it's not fucking, you know, it's not this all-seeing problem solver that can find a solution to exactly everything, you know. And, you know, ChatGPT still does a lot of hallucinations and gets, like, tunnel vision on things where, you know, where you, like, images is something I find is incredibly difficult. Like, if he makes you one image and you tell him to, like, do it in a different perspective or something, like, that can, he can continue doing it in the same perspective, like, 10 times. And you, like, it's almost like you, at that point the bot has, like, tunnel vision on the image and it can't, like, rearrange that one, which is kinda interesting. Manchapi, today you asked it to stop sending emotes. In a couple of years you'll have to request AI to stop sending nudes to keep you interested. Probably. That is solvable when you use code context and MCP with Claude. It's a big difference using ChatGPT. Yeah, I do understand that it's very possible, because I only really have experience with ChatGPT. And I have heard people speak a bit more highly in terms of, like, code stuff about Claude. But I haven't tried it myself, so I can't really speak about it. I just started to hallucinate when I asked it for single line of code, yeah. There's a Dutch guy making a game jam, 80% vibe coded. Lots of people making interesting games with no knowledge of code at all. You can look it up on Twitter. Levelco is the name of the guy. Interesting. I still feel like no matter what, even if that's the case, we're still at a point where no doubt you still have an advantage knowing the code. Whether you do a bit of vibe coding or not. Like, if you understand it, I feel like there's always gonna be an advantage. It doesn't have the whole picture of your project, so it can provide lots of pieces but won't come together flawlessly. Yeah, I suppose those things where you, like, would integrate AI into Unity might be a little bit more. Maybe something like, isn't that kind of how, what's that other thing called? GitHub Copilot works? I suppose that could be a little bit more comprehensive in that way. A fun free-to-play MMO flight sim, 100% made with AI, without loading screens and gigabytes of updates every time you wanna play. $29.99. I'm good. Yeah, really, really good. That was top tier, top tier experience. Is Firefox shit? Maybe. I don't know. It's possible. No, I actually find Firefox to work really good. Like, the vast majority of the time. I can't say I really have much issues with it, to be honest. It's been quite a while since I switched. I used to have Chrome, but it's been a while since I used it. Browser do y'all use? Yeah, I used to have Chrome, maybe like, I don't know, it's probably been quite a while, maybe 3-4 years ago or something. But since then I've been using Mozilla Firefox, which I think is fine. I barely even remember why I switched, to be honest. There was something that made me switch. I noticed those, like, what's the one, like Brave? Anyone tried Brave? That's one of those that are more focused on, like, privacy invading ads, and yeah, blocking privacy invading ads and trackers by default and stuff. I don't know how it is, but from like a, you know, privacy standpoint, it feels pretty good. Vivaldi for life? Not even sure I've heard of that one. Based on Chromium. Oh, former CEO of Opera Software. Yeah, looks like a good browser. Oh, wait, is this on Windows as well? I'm using Brave for years now. Are you happy with it, Brainoid? Do you think it's good? Do you have any... Is there any inconveniences, or is it fully functional? What would you say? Newbies are backing themselves into a corner with AI because they don't understand the big picture of the project but keep adding pieces that are not outright broken. I switched because Opera started throwing ads at me. I should have overhauled my browser as well, too lazy. Yeah. I'm happy with it. The downside is the same with any other Chromium browsers. RAM usage. Ah, I see, yeah. Yeah, I know I was considering it. I think I listened to some podcast or something where they were talking about it and about the Brave browser. I don't know if it was Darknet Diaries or something. I mean, obviously there are quite a few good points about it. Order in layer 1. Did I change the layer here as well? Default, yes. And then UI canvas. Let's put you back on... Am I blind? Here. Put you back on default, order in layer 2. Now all are on the same sorting layer, but different order in the layer. And it's the same in the hierarchy, where I have game, particle effects, UI canvas, which is 0, 1, 2. Everything seems correctly set up, right? Let's have a look. Nope, I still see... Unless they are not fully blocking the view? Because I might fade them out and in. How does it work with like my... Just my menus are in front of it, right? Here I have dust floating. Here there's nothing. So this is covering it. And this is on the UI layer. What about my map? Is the dust in front or behind the map? Yeah, it actually seems to be working, right? It looks to be... Yeah, the dust is not covering the map. So it actually seems correct then. Okay, we have dust here. Boom, gone. Okay, so I think the issue must be how I set... I think I fade everything out somehow where the particles are still visible. Real Shadow, thank you very much for the follow, man. Appreciate ya. Hope you're having a good Friday. Okay, so I think this is not a issue with layers. I think this is an issue with how I've actually set up the cutscene elements themselves. But you know what? I don't think I can be bothered, so I might just turn this off during cutscenes. Is that crazy? Maybe. Room particles. The effects manager already has a reference to it, okay. So what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna be real fucking lazy and we are just gonna subscribe to the game state changed event with on game state changed. What's up, Real Shadow? Just passing by and had to say, damn, this game looks good. Thank you very much, man. I really do appreciate that. It means a lot. And the game is currently available on Steam for wishlists in case you are interested. I do appreciate those wishlists very much. Oh wait, publish, that's not what I want to do. But thank you, man. Are you a game developer as well? Out of curiosity. I have around 2,000-3,000 tabs open right now when it only uses 3 GB of RAM. Ooh, that sounds mad, actually. I wonder how much I am using. Firefox is most of the time the biggest one. To be fair, Unity is actually not far away. Yeah, I'm at 2,400 megabytes. I don't know, I don't have that many tabs open, do I? 1, 2, 3, 4. So yeah, I suppose that is quite high. I want to be, but I always give up, so not yet. Interesting. So have you tried, then? Or do you mean that you give up before you get started, kind of thing? As long as I'm not like, you know, what you call it? As long as I'm not going too far with the questions, whatever. Apparently I don't know English today. Game state changed on game state changed. Unsubscribe from this one with that one. I forgot what tabs I open after like 30 seconds. I do sometimes go a bit mad as well, like especially when I'm streaming, I start like looking up random shit while talking, and then all of a sudden I will look and I have, you know, I'll have like 30 fucking tabs open. Yeah, many times, but after the first day I usually give up due to me not knowing how to make art/models. Man, get an asset patch. I think there's a lot of, unfortunately, there's a little bit of like stigma sometimes around using assets, because of the whole like asset flip thing and everything. But I think it's also very important to note that it's completely fine using assets. You know what, I'll even give you my own assets if you want. If you think that art is the one thing that's holding you back, I'll fucking send you my little, it's not great, but I do have a simple little 2D tile set asset patch. I'll give that one to you for free if you think art is the thing that's... Like, just try making something. I believe in you, man. That's around a kilobyte per tab. On game state changed. Speaking of which, also, if anyone doesn't know, if anyone is a subscriber, you can get all of my assets and stuff on the Discord, this little sub-reward channel. I don't know if I mention that often enough, but if anyone is interested, it is available there. It's mostly art, to be honest, but also discipline. I can make some models. Or if you're looking for guns, yeah, Parody is on a gun spree at the moment. Yeah, I think it's difficult. Why do you think why do you want to make games? Why have you? Because obviously you have some interest in it, because you said you want to be. What is the thing that makes you... why are you interested in making games, do you think? Out of curiosity. I think just making something simple, because I feel like like we talked about before, the best thing to actually get going in game dev, in my opinion, is to just finish one little project, even if it's a really simple one, like fucking Pong, 2D Pong or something. Just get something to work, because I felt like as soon as I completed my first project, that really like motivated me, because all of a sudden I felt like, you know, maybe I can do this, you know. Private void on game state changed. Changed event. State event. Here I wonder, is this a static? How do I do this again? Wait, game state changed event. Do you not... Oh, that just triggers when, and then I can check the static current state, right? So whenever we change game state, I think we're gonna check the game manager dot current state. If that is equal to cutscene, I know I'm gonna have to fix this at some point, but this is just the easiest way to do it right now, because I can't be bothered changing the timeline stuff at the moment. So I'm just gonna check if we are in cutscene, then I would like to say for each particle in room particles, and let's see, that's a reference to a particle system. So I would like to say particle. I suppose I should just stop the particle, right? Yeah, on your room we stop and play. Stop makes them disappear, right? Particle. So I guess I can just stop it if we change to a cutscene, and then or maybe no, we don't even have to stop it. I suppose we could just pause it and unpause it. Just otherwise, what happens if I play twice? Does that restart? else, if it's not cutscene, then loop through them and say which particle in room particles, particle. Let's just try and stop and play this and see what happens. Just finished the model, nice man. I love video games and I always wanted to make my own games, both to make people happy and make the games I've all dreamed of. That's probably how 90% of people here started deving, probably true. There's so many ideas, but can never make them. But I think that might be the thing, because what you said you've tried, but what games have you tried making? Sorry, if you ever feel like I'm pushing too far here, let me know. That's completely fine. Because I think, like, for me personally, the first game I ever tried to make was, of course, a massive RPG game. And I think that was, like, a pretty big mistake. Where, because you have to practice making games, right? So the best way to do it is just to make any game at first. And I truly believe, like I said before, that I understand that, of course, everyone wants to make that dream game. I think that even making a really small, simple game can be really fun. And in the beginning, it's more realistic, and it's a better way of learning, I feel like. So if you really want to give it a go, I think you should just try making a really, really simple game at first. Like, because I understand that we all have, like, a lot of dope ideas for these, like, massive, often at least, massive games we could make. But doing just something really simple to see, because in the end you also have to see if you like the process, right? Because I do think that a lot of people like the idea of making games, but maybe wouldn't enjoy the actual process of making a game. Because, you know, going back to the whole thing about gauging scope and stuff, I think a lot of people heavily underestimate how much work goes into making even a simple game. Like, my first game ever was a simple catch game. I think I put over like 100 hours into that. It's literally a 2D game where stuff falls down and you pick it up. I think I spent over 100 hours making that game. Whereas, like, if you would have asked me, I probably would have thought that, you know, I can do this in, you know, a couple of evenings. But usually it takes a while to learn how much effort actually goes into making these things. And that's why, like, when I first started trying to make my massive RPG game, I was just oblivious to it, because I thought that, like, no, as long as I put in the effort, I can probably do this. But I don't think I hadn't practiced enough to realize how much work goes into a massive RPG game. And of course, I still have a little dream somewhere about one day making, like, one of those massive RPG games, open world stuff, you know. But what I realized when I tried to make a very simple game is the fact that I actually just really enjoy the process of making games. Even if I'm working on a game that I don't think is, like, super impressive, just making it is actually quite enjoyable, I find. To the point where, like, I don't even feel like I have to be making my dream game to really feel like I'm enjoying it. Of course, I'm not trying to demotivate people from, you know, making that dream game. Of course not. Like, if you wanna make your dream game, fucking go for it. But I think for your first game, I think, like, our dream games are very often way too big in scope, and that becomes daunting, and it gets harder to learn. And since you're not learning, it gets harder to progress, and it's easy to get stuck in this kind of loop, I feel like. This one, I tried making many small games. One not long ago was trying to make a top-down 2D space asteroid miner. Like a very simple prototype, but I couldn't do it. I think, like, because I feel like at some point you need to get, like, a bit of time into it, you know? Because I am just starting to feel like I'm getting to the point where I feel pretty comfortable with, like, code and the game engine and stuff. And to be clear, I had no experience whatsoever when I started. Like, I have videos of me when I first started coding, and, like, some of the shit I was doing makes me laugh today, because you know, I just had no fucking clue how code worked or what I was doing, but I was just trying to brute force my best until it kind of worked. And I think because you need that kind of time in the beginning, I feel like maybe try even simpler. Like, I'm talking like Pong. I mean, I don't really know what was a space asteroid miner, because even that sounds like it. Top-down 2D space asteroid miner. I mean, I suppose it depends on the exact execution as well, but I feel like that even that could go relatively complex. I think like the stuff we talked about before with Bly is making like a Geometry Dash game, and Hobochangus made like a Flappy Bird. Like this, like almost like one input games that are, you know, there's almost no complexity to it, and I don't mean that as a bad thing, I mean that as a good thing. Like, I think those are like the perfect games to start with. Finishing a game is the hardest part, yes indeed, and that's why I think like the most important thing in the beginning is to finish something, even if it's tiny. Just try to finish something so you get a better understanding of like the full process of making a game from start to finish. Just like simple, so you fly around and mine asteroids and sell the materials at stations. Yeah, I mean that could be simple, but it sounds like it could be a lot of systems as well, depending on how you do it. Like, because depending on how far you go with feature creep, now you could have like, you know, the selling, is that like automatic, or is it like a trading system? Do you have like an economy going on? Like, you could go far with those systems. Like I said, I don't know the exact execution, but why do you think that you didn't finish that one, if I may ask? Not long ago, you tried to make the asteroid miner, but I couldn't do it. Why? How? Like, at what point did you feel like you couldn't do it? Was it the art thing, again, or was it design, code related, or knowing the engine? Like, at what point did you feel like you couldn't do it? I'm sorry, I'm getting like passionate here, but I'm like, I really want to fucking make people make games because it's so fun if you actually get into it. Like, I know maybe I'm going a bit far here, but like, if you're interested, I really think you should give it a go. Because I would be sad to see you be dissuaded from making games. Oh, B, what's up? How you doing? Welcome in. Hope you're doing good. Hope you're having a good Friday. I think you should make like a fucking memory game, or like Flappy Bird, Geometry Dash, Pong, you know, one of those like almost 1-2 input games, almost one system games, and try to make it a relatively good experience. And I think those are like the perfect games to start. Might be people that disagree with me, but I think that's the best way to start getting into it. And then of course you can go more scope creepy the more you learn and stuff. Like, obviously my games have been getting better and better. Or not better, I mean, I do obviously think they've gotten better and better, but bigger and bigger, or like more complex, I suppose. At least once I finished, if you don't count my abandoned projects, because I have my fair share of overscoped projects. I don't know, I just feel like I lost motivation. I downloaded some simple art I want to change later on, but after implementing the art and making some simple movement to start with, I just stopped. Didn't feel fun at that time, not 100% sure. It's important to learn by practicing? Yeah, absolutely. Make games as a hobby and I love it. Yeah, no, I think game dev is incredibly rewarding and fun if you get into it. Of course, in the end, it's not always gonna be for every person. I get that, but like, I think, for me, I find game dev to be so incredibly rewarding. Like, even yesterday, we just added a few simple particles. Like, it barely changes the game, and I feel fucking hyped about it. all of a sudden I feel like it's so fucking cool that I can click on this object and there's a little pixel burst coming out. I think that's sick. Like, this is just small little details like this is actually really rewarding. How long do you think you worked on the game, Shadow? You said you got some movement down. Because even that is like already fucking, depending on how big you're gonna make the game, I think that's a... Like, if you're trying to make it really simple, that's like the biggest thing, to just get the movement. Of course, there's always, you could always like infinitely polish movement and stuff, but I don't think you need to for your first game. And something that might actually motivate you is to have people try it. Because I feel like it's kind of, you know, it's kind of pog to see someone play your game, you know? Like, when I finished my Game Jam version and I saw like YouTubers and streamers playing my game and stuff, like that felt so fucking cool to be like, holy shit, someone is playing something that I worked on, you know? I think there is a honeymoon period with game ideas. Then the actual work can be motivating. Yeah, I think that's a good point. But working through that is a bit of a skill you need to develop. Yeah, I actually agree, Because I also think there's one very dangerous thing when it comes to game ideas. Because a lot of the time, I feel like, especially us people who are relatively new to game development, think that like the idea is the most massive thing. Like, you know, I have this great idea, but like, I don't want to sound critical here, but if we're being honest, everyone has game ideas. Like, almost every person who's ever thought about making a game has thousands or hundreds of game ideas they think they should do. Like having a game idea is the simple part. Like, making a game is the challenge, and that can, as you said, it can be demotivating, because it's nice to think about games like, oh, you know, I could make this cool RPG game, or like this roguelike deck builder, or I could make this little arcade thing, and it could be, you know, like this old game but with this twist, and it feels like motivating to think of these like cool ideas. And I think especially in the beginning, it's easy to think that that's like the big part of making a game, coming up with the game, you know. But like, I came up with this game in like 10 minutes after reading the theme for the Game Jam, and I've spent like probably 300 hours working on this game afterwards. Like, the idea is fucking minuscule compared to, you know, the process of actually making the game. And a lot of the time, your ideas doesn't even have to be super original or anything, just like having a decent idea with good execution, depending on how like, if you want to make a super commercially viable product, yeah, stuff change. But if you want to make a game because it's fun to make a game, then, you know, at some point it's like, if you just have a decent idea and you have decent execution on it, you can make a pretty fun game, you know. Like, even with my like memory game, which is super simple, like, and this is not a game I would ever thought, this is not a dream game of mine. I never had any big dreams about making a simple memory game, but this game was really fun. I really enjoyed making this game, and having like me and my friends would like play this game, and I have like high score systems so we can compare like who got the best score and stuff, and like that was really fun. Even though this is far from like it's not a unique idea, there's countless of games like this. It's not some... This would most likely never be like a, you know, big commercial product. But it's not about that, it's just like, I really enjoyed making this game just for what it is, you know. Isabel, thank you very much for the follow, appreciate ya, welcome in. So I think, yeah, I think a lot of the time it's easy to put a bit too much value on like the game ideas we have, where I think like, if you are serious about getting into game development, I feel like you gotta kind of learn to enjoy the process of making a game, because like I explained with this game, Like, the idea part took me like 10 minutes, and I've spent like 300 hours working on this game. So like, if you enjoy coming up with ideas, but you don't enjoy the process, we have a big imbalance. And of course, to be clear, I don't expect people to sit down with an engine for the first time and go like, oh, holy shit, this is so much fun. Of course not. I didn't go, this is incredibly fun the first day I was working in Unity, because I barely know what I was doing. Everything was a struggle. Of course it's not super fun. But that's why I think like the important thing really is to just make a simple game. Because once you've done it, you know that you can do it, and you're gonna learn so much just from making a simple, you know, a simple memory game, or like the one I did, a simple like catch game. Like, I learned so much doing this game, which is skills that made it easier for me to do the next game. And you know, the more you start going, you actually start to really enjoy the process. At least that was the case for me. And you know what? If someone wants to get into game development and you start doing it, and 2 weeks in, or like, you know, say that you work on a game for you're trying to make a simple game, you put in like a few weeks or something to do it, and you realize that like, I really don't enjoy the process of this. That's good too. Now you have your answer. Okay, maybe game development isn't the thing you want to do. And that's completely okay, but at least now you've tried. I think the sad thing is if someone is interested, they don't give it a shot, and they never find out whether they can make games or not, or would like to make games. So I think for most people, just make something really, really simple at first, just to finish something and get used to the process of making a game. It was only one evening, that one, but I still have worked days on a project sometimes, but still never finished it. Yeah, I think that's when the kind of discipline comes into, and that's also the thing why I say that it should be a very simple game, because finishing a game is difficult. Finishing your first game is even more difficult. Of course, like, I would bet that the vast majority of people who try to make a game never finish one. There's people who've been in the game industry for years who's never finished a game, like, it's super common. But I really think that getting that one game under your belt is like the best thing. So, of course, you're gonna need a bit of discipline to like actually stay on it. But the best way to make that viable and make sure that you can finish it is to make a really simple game, like Flappy Bird, or even Pong, or memory game. A straight up normal memory game, no twist whatsoever. Like, you have a few things and you have to click on them to find the pass. Perfect first game to do. Like that, you should probably be able to finish quite quickly. When I say quite quickly, of course, like for someone who has no experience, that might still be like a week to get it working nicely and whatever, I don't know, but I think, like, don't make something where your first project is gonna end up taking like, you know, 4 months for you to work on, because that's gonna be hard when you've never finished a game, and it's really hard to know what kind of game you can do in 4 months when you've never put, because a game, it takes longer than one expects. I agree, having YouTubers and streamers playing your game is really rewarding as a dev. It really is. Yeah, everyone has a game idea, exactly. I think that's often the thing that we kind of get stuck at in the beginning. You get into this idea mode where we're just thinking about game ideas, but we're not making games. Where I would go like, in the beginning, I would almost go like, don't even care about your game ideas. Like, just make a game. Just trying to make a game. Sorry, am I getting too passionate here? It's very possible that I'm trying to like riling myself up here. I'm getting very passionate, but I mean, I do believe in what I'm saying. I think that's why I'm getting a bit passionate about it. I think the biggest destroyer for game dev is how to learn. Tutorials rarely get you where you need to go. Yeah, that is true. I think it's very, because I definitely had a issue in the beginning with like the first game I ever tried to make, as I said before, was a massive RPG game. You know what I did? the first thing I decided to do was to start following a 10-hour tutorial on how to make a top-down RPG game. If you don't know, I don't think that's the best way to get into game development. Actually, I think that's a pretty bad way to get into game development. Because what I realized after spending like a few days on that project is that like I had a character controller, I could walk around, I had a few tiles, I could start building a world, but I didn't know what the fuck I was doing. Because I never had to do anything by myself. I like consistently looked at what he did, copied it, and put no thought into it. So I'm not learning anything, you know. I'm basically copy-pasting. I'm basically not just vibe coding, I'm like vibe developing, you know. And that never made me learn anything. Whereas when I tried to make my second game, when I realized that, okay, that's too big and I just don't understand what I'm doing, this is too difficult, I'm gonna try to make a really simple game. I started off trying to do way more myself, even though I didn't know what I was doing. I was just fucking brute forcing it. Like, I just tried for ages, checked it with ChatGPT, like, why is this not working? And yeah, a simple bug took me like 4 hours to fix. Like, yeah, I understand, maybe for most people that might not be super viable, because I think I'm a bit more obsessive than some people might be. Which sometimes I think could be an advantage, because a normal person would be like, who the fuck spends 4 hours trying to solve something they don't even have the basic understanding of? Yeah, I mean, I'm a fucking weirdo, so be it, but it ended up working for me. And what I did instead of watching those like 10-hour tutorials is to look at like, maybe when I wanted to move my character, I took like a 1-minute tutorial of like how to make a character move left and right. Okay, and I tried to implement that into my game. And then I tried a little bit more, I tried to get that working, and I was like, wait, I need to jump as well. So now I did a new little tutorial on how you can make something jump. Rather than doing like, how to make your dream game in 10 hours, I did like, how do I implement this one specific thing? Like, how do I just make this box go up when I click on space? Like, that's all I want to know. And which made me, of course I'm still doing a bit of copy-pasting, but something that is bad about tutorials but is great for learning is the fact that there's a million ways to do anything in game development, and the way you made your character move left to right might not work exactly to how the new tutorial tells you to make him jump. Something might be incompatible there. Maybe you even get a bug. Something is not working. Now if you run to the left and jump, maybe the jump gets overridden and you are only running, or the opposite, you stop running and you only do jump. Like, okay, something didn't work. Now what happens is that you are forced to actually think about the code and to think about the execution of these systems to figure out the issue, right? And this, ladies and gentlemen, that's where you fucking learn. When you start actually, like, dissecting what you have been doing to find that little issue and get it to work, even though you have two somewhat incompatible systems, when you manage by yourself to figure out the solution, or even with help of ChatGPT, help with another developer, whatever it might be, but when you are forced to, like, figure out this challenge, that's when you're learning. Like, copy-pasting code, making it work flawlessly but not understanding it, doesn't get you anywhere. So I think tutorials can be fine, but I think you should do very small tutorials. Like, don't look up even like a full character controller. No, look up how to make something walk with WASD. And then have a separate video that teaches you how to jump, or a separate video that teaches you how to dash, or a separate video that teaches you how to pick something up. Because inevitably you're gonna have problems, but fixing those problems is when you start to really learn game development. At least that was the case for me. This might be a bit individual, I can't speak for everybody. I also, you know, obviously I'm not a professional at this either, so you should never take my word as gospel here, but in the end, that was what really worked for me. That's when I started feeling like, holy shit, I'm actually learning this. Like, I noticed that I start getting better at developing games, you know. Whereas, like, when I was following the 10-hour tutorial, I didn't learn anything. I had no fucking clue what I was doing. So I think tutorials can definitely be a bit hit and miss. It depends a lot on how you use them. And I think you need to have a little bit of that mindset to not only focus on getting something to work, but actually focusing on understanding why it works and like how the implementation works and stuff like that. It's important because it's easy to kind of go a bit blind and just start throwing code you don't understand into the game, but it stops you from growing as a developer, right? We like to create and iterate on ideas. That's what humans are good at. And if you're starting to find out how to learn... Wait. If you are starting out, figuring out how to learn best is hard when you hit a challenge you don't know how to overcome. Yeah. But, like, that's the thing where, like... Yeah, I suppose you do... Maybe you need a little bit of obsessiveness or something to, like, get past that in the beginning. But, like, getting past those little challenges is really where the learning is, right? My boss asked me to show his kid around at work for a day because his kid is considering pursuing a software career. So in about 1 hour we made a game with an infrared sensor where it counted how much time a reflector is measured by the sensor. Then the player closer to 1 second goes to a leaderboard. Oh, I see what you mean. We got 6-7 people in the office playing it for 30 minutes, and after that we made a competition. Very simple, 50 lines of code, fun, made with a 14-year-old kid. Exactly. That's my point. Like, it can be so simple, but that doesn't mean it's not fun, and it doesn't mean you're not learning. Like, I think that... Like, it might sound harsh, but I think that making your dream game as your first game is overrated. Like, I understand the appeal of wanting to do it, but for the sake of like growing as a developer, I think it's one of the worst things you can start off doing. Like, just make sure you get a game working. Like, make something really simple. Oh man, every time you say Pong, I hear something slightly different. No idea what you're on about. This is Chirp is calling. I know I'm getting very like excited here. I can't help it, but yeah. You can't make an MMO. An MMO is only an MMO if there are enough players to be considered massive. That's kind of true. That's kind of true. I'm obsessive too. Yeah, I do think that, like I said, I think there is especially in game dev, being maybe a little bit obsessive, a teeny bit neurodivergent or something, you know, I think it can be an advantage because it's, like, especially like solo development and stuff, it's fucking daunting how much stuff you have to learn. Like, you need to be a little bit mad to really think that you can pursue this, you know? It's possible. Guys, just go out there and start making... Oh, I see. No, that's not what I said. No, make Pong. Pong, okay? Ping pong, you know? Pong. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Did this work? Nope, I see... Oh, am I not triggering game state changed in the beginning? Dude, have I done anything today? On game state changed. Let's do a debug log. Game state changed. I also think if you're the type of person to like enjoy puzzles and troubleshooting, I think this game development is great. Because these kind of things, now I'm trying to fix my dust particles being in front of the... or playing during the cutscene, and you know, something isn't working. It's easy to get demotivated by small little things like this, but I feel like if you're the type of person to like enjoy a challenge, it's great because this... I see this as a challenge now, like, okay, can I find the issue? Like, why is this not working? I find it fun to try and figure that little issue out, you know? Which makes every little bit of the process rewarding because I like solving all of these minuscule little challenges during it. Does that make sense? Okay, we have an ad running. I'm quickly gonna go and get a bit more coffee and I'll be right back. Thank you guys very much for your patience. I feel like I need to calm down a little bit. Do I need to calm down? Maybe. See you in just a minute. Cheers. Okay, we are back, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you guys very much for your patience, I do appreciate it. Okay, let's see if we can fix this little thing here. You guys have any plans for the weekend? It is Friday today. Any fun stuff going on? Game state changed. Okay, this is game state cutscene. And this is game state not cutscene. Whoops. Oh! I didn't know I could do that. Huh. Oh, I can duplicate. Oh wait, can I do this with entire methods and stuff? How have I not figured this out yet? This is actually baffling. How did I not know that I can control D to duplicate? How have I not found this? After all of this time. That is fucking mad. I found it by accident. Grind Stellaris. Ooh, interesting. I don't think I've ever played it. Isn't that's one of those Stellaris? Yeah, spacey games, right? Spacey games, oh shit. What a great way of explaining it, isn't it? Galaxy full of wonders in this sci-fi grand strategy game. Oh, is this like a 4X type of... Oh yeah, it is, 4X. So is this kind of Age of Empires in space-ish? Is that a fair way to describe it? Oh yeah, it has good reviews. Very positive and lots of them. I've never played this. Yeah, definitely looks 4Xy. I've never been super big on 4X games though, to be honest. I played a bit of Age of Empires. I actually think Age of Empires, one of them was like the first PC game I ever played. Kind of fun to think back on. I remember how my then stepmother and me tried to install the game on our PC. And neither of one, like I was a kid, I was like 5 years old or something. And neither of us knew fully how to actually work a computer, you know? And we tried to install the game like 7 times in a row because we couldn't get it to work. And I still remember this like vividly, when in the end, do you know the reason why we didn't get the installation of the game to work? It was because during the installer you have the little checkbox to make a desktop icon for it, right? And we didn't check that one. And since the icon didn't show up on the desktop, we thought the game wasn't on the computer. Like that was the state of our understanding of computers. We're like, it's not on the desktop, so it doesn't exist. So we like reinstalled it like multiple times until finally we realized that we just had to check that one to get the icon, and that's how we started the game. Dude, I think back to that sometimes and it actually makes me laugh. It's kind of funny. It's kind of funny. We're like, why is it? Like, I bet you that we tried reinstalling the game like 7 times or something. Only because we didn't get a desktop icon, Because obviously if you don't have a desktop icon, like how are you supposed to find the game? Like the desktop is the PC, right? It's actually kind of funny. Not really, I have some more portfolio work to do. Ooh, interesting. For like art stuff or development stuff? Like what type of portfolio? It's a beautiful civilization slavery sim. You can... entire civilizations, blow out the parents and... Okay. I've never played Civ either. Isn't Civ also one of those like... Civilization? Dude, how many are there? But wasn't the last one... Didn't that one get kind of bad reviews? I don't know why. Because otherwise, a lot of people hype these games up quite a lot, right? Very positive. 250,000 reviews. Maybe I should give it a go at some point. But I don't know. I don't know if I really am like the target audience. Just, I don't know. I never really got into like these 4X type strategy games. Yeah, art stuff. Ooh. Do you have anything you want to show me, Ouch? Yeah, but it's a bit different. Okay. They always get bad reviews at first. Oh, interesting. Why do you think that is? Is it because people are conservative in what they want? They are used to the old versions and they don't like new changes? Is that the reason? I should see that being it. Like, people have to get used to the changes before they start liking it. I have no idea. Like I said, I'm not really in that. Oh, and Buggy.
AE517 is forcing you to stand up for 10 minutes.
Let's do it.
Time to stretch.
No comfy. Oh, and less content. Oh, I see. And stretch. I will.
Cheers.
Okay. Let's get through this. Do you have any plans for the weekend, AE? My hands has actually been doing better. For anyone who doesn't know, I apparently got an issue where apparently my body was not built for 12 hours of coding every day. So I started getting like pretty bad pain in my hands. But it's actually been quite good over the last couple of days. Obviously I haven't been working as much. My streams have been a little bit shorter this week. Yeah, it is kind of failed, to be honest. But it's starting to feel better, so maybe I'm not completely scuffed yet. And also, cheers, Shadow. I'm not chicken. Sunday I'll probably... Okay, you're gonna work, and then Sunday I'll probably ponder on my life decisions and then play some Minecraft. 8 bits a byte with the raid. Welcome in, people. How you doing? Let me throw a little shout out here. Thank you very much for the raid. What have you been up to? Do I follow you? I don't think I do. Let me throw you a little follow. Thank you very much for the raid. If anyone doesn't know me, I go by Mad Chirpy, and we are currently developing a point-and-click horror game called Shroud of Gloom. If you want to, I can show you a little bit of a slightly somewhat outdated teaser. Here you go. I do need to update that teaser at some point, but the issue is that if I update it now, we're making so much progress that it's gonna be outdated in 2 more weeks anyway. So I feel like I kinda need to, you know, I kinda need to get the game to a pretty much basically vertical slice point, you know, when I feel like, okay, I think everything is to like the polish level that I want it to be, and that's when we actually make the new teaser. So preferably I wouldn't want to have to make yet another teaser later on, you know. I love the progress on the game. Thank you so much, man. Appreciate that. What have you been up to? Have you been developing as well? Do you have anything you want to show? We recently started working on particle effects, so if you look closely you can see these little dust pixels floating around in the room. I think it's kinda cool. Also have these little subtle particle bursts whenever you try to interact with an item, as well as when you pick items up. I feel like it's a small little detail, but adds quite a lot, to be honest. Also kind of fun just to learn the particle system, because it's one of those things that I had not really worked with before. Working on a game called Pixel Warrior, a 2D dungeon crawler. Ooh, interesting. I'm using GameMaker as the engine. Nice. Is the game published anywhere? Do you have like a Steam page? Itch page or something? Or anything else you want to show? You have an itch page for it? Link it, man. Send me a link. I'll check it out. You can throw it in the... Yeah, throw it in the chat. It's fine. Ooh. Oh, this is looking nice, man. Is it procedural or handcrafted? Oh, there's some light as well. What do you use? Is this your own shader or is it... Oh no, wait, you're using GameMaker, right. I can't use my... Obviously you're not using the Unity Light 2D system if you're using GameMaker. Handcrafted levels? Nice. Pixel Warrior Alpha release in the heart of the mist-covered moors. Why did you go...
Moor.
Okay. Whatever. Marshall. Okay. Castle. Ancient and imposing, its turrets reached for the sky like the fingers of a forgotten giant. Once it was a grand seat of power, where kings held courts and nobles reveled in opulence. Now it lays abandoned, it holds echoing only with whispers of ghosts and skittering of unseen creatures. Ooh. More. Okay. Let's see, I'm a game developer working on a game. My picture game is developed in GameMaker, yeah? Do you make the art as well? Or is it asset packs? The game looks really good, man. I'll have to go to the store, so I'll be lurking. Have fun, man. No worries. Thank you very much for dropping by, Shadow, and thank you very much for lurking. I do appreciate it. Also, I am in Hillford's Discord. Nice. If you want to, or if anyone else is interested, I do have a Discord channel as well. Feel free to join it if you're interested. Starting to have quite a few people in there, to be honest. We recently hit over 100 members. Let's go. It's a mask with an alpha hole punched in for the light sources. Ah, I see what you mean. Okay, so yeah, you basically have like a dark mask over the game, and then rather than the light sources actually lighting up the space, they kind of remove the darkness, which is kind of the same thing. I don't know, you get what I mean. I see. I'll have to go now, so have fun, man. No worries. Thank you very much for lurking, like I said, and I'll catch you later, Shadow. Cheers, man. 80% of it is mine, and 20% started as a asset bundle available through GameMaker. I see. Yeah, it looks good, man. Nice stuff. How long have you been working on it? Let me follow you. Dark mask layer, it just removes the mask where the light is, yeah. gamedev, thank you very much for the follow, man. Appreciate ya. How's your Friday? About 10 months. Gotcha. I'm a new developer, so I started my game dev journey in February of last year. Nice, dude. Did you have any previous experience with like game development or coding? Or development or coding, rather? Or did you jump into it blind? Welcome, gamedev, and also Priamo. Sorry if I'm butchering your name, but thank you very much for the follow. Appreciate ya. Hope you're doing good. I work in IT, but no real experience with game development. Gotcha. Nice. I mean, it's looking good though, man. And especially if you've only been doing it for... What did you say? You started the journey in February of last year. It's like 1 year or something. That looks really nice, man. How far along would you say? I saw it said alpha now. Do you have any like plans for when the potential release of the game would be? cleaning simulator. I need to fix these two objects. This one is being too much highlights. It looks a bit weird. And this one, I think, still has the old interactable system. This game actually started as a game jam game. So if you didn't know, I've done a lot of refactoring recently. Because apparently, it's very easy to do a bunch of spaghetti code when you're working on a game jam game. Who could have known? Who could have known that time pressure would make you write worse code? Yeah, we're still quite early as well. We started doing some alpha playtesting on Steam. I have a few people playtesting the game. My current plan is to hopefully have a demo for the next fest in June, and then do a full release in October. However, I am making no promises. I am making no promises whatsoever. And what about you, gamedev? You have dev in your name, so I'm gonna go on a wild assumption here and say that you might be a developer as well. Are you? Is my assumption correct? Lots of help learning from my chat. Oh yeah, definitely. Like, I think streaming game development is underrated in terms of like specifically for learning, you know? I think I would definitely not be where I am today as a developer if it wasn't for my chat. 100%. It's pretty close to being done. I plan to put it up on Steam with a demo at some point. Nice! Then move on to another game to continue learning and honing my skills. Sounds like a good plan. Yeah, let me know, are you settled on the art style? Is it pretty much the art style you're going for? Because in that case, I think you should get on the Steam page, man. Start collecting them wishlists. It's a little bit more iffy if the art style isn't fully decided yet. Because I think it's nice being able to pretty much give players the expectation of kind of what the full game is gonna look like. So if you still have some placeholder stuff, maybe try and fix that first. But otherwise, I think you should try and get the Steam page up as soon as possible. I will gladly wishlist the game, so let me know if you do. gamedev has been a lot of help with mine. Nice! Shout out to gamedev then. We do appreciate those. You know what? I said, when I game, I tend to not like backseat gamers. I really like playing games in a very blind fashion, you know? When it comes to code, dude, I'm here for the backseat coding. If you want a backseat code, if you want to tell me I'm doing something that's heavily inoptimal and there's a better way of doing it, let me know. 100%, I'm here for it. I can't promise to always implement the exact things people are saying, because, you know, sometimes I have 5 people at the same time telling me how to do something, and obviously that's not viable. But I will always gladly listen to it, because I really do enjoy the learning process. I think that's one of the main things I really like about game development, the fact that you have this like pretty much never-ending learning, you know. Game state changed, game state cutscene. So that worked, but it seems like my particle effects are... Oh wait, did I destroy them? What? No. Does stopping... Oh! Does stopping a particle system, is that the same as destroying it? What? Can I go to... definition? Stop with children, true. With children, stop all child particle systems as well. Oh, so I could technically only use that one. Stop playing the particle system using the supplied stop behavior. Stop emitting and clear the system. Ah. Particles stop emitting. Stop. What do we do here? Maybe I try and use the stop thing. Maybe we have to like... Basically what I'm trying to fix right now is the fact that my dust particles in the room are playing during the intro in front of the eyelids, which obviously looks a bit weird because that gives you the impression that the dust is inside of your eyes, you know? So the lazy way I'm gonna fix this for now, the temporary fix I'm gonna do, is to just disable particle effects during that part of the cutscene. Or technically I'm doing it during any cutscene. Probably gonna have to fix this at some point, but this is gonna work for now. But I think we need to change this to particle pause and particle... Is it not like unpause? Resume, maybe? Resume? No? Maybe I play it again? Is that how I do it? So I pause and play? Yeah, maybe. If we're not in the cutscene, we play. If we are in the cutscene, then we pause. But pause is not gonna clear it though, right? So, am I not gonna still have a bunch of... Yeah, I can see dust particles, they're just not moving. Just, I can see one here. This is a dust particle. And then now, I bet it's gonna start... Yeah, now I can see these start floating around. Okay, so we can't use pause either. What if we... What about the clear function? Because I know I've seen something about clear. Removes all particles. That sounds like it might do the job. Dusty eyes, yeah, exactly. I have the Steam work set up now. Oh, nice, man. Just need to work on my page, but the art is pretty close to being done. Nice, exciting. Let me know. Feel free to show me the Steam link once you got it up. I'll gladly wishlist the game. And if I'm not live or something, feel free to drop it in the Discord or whatever. We wanna support our fellow developers here. Hate to run, but I need to get ready for work. It's 8:40 AM and I start at 9 AM. Oh, I see. Hope you have a great rest of the stream. Thank you very much for the raid, man. And I also saw you asking if I tend to stream it this time. I do. I am basically streaming full time. Right now, though, I'm doing 3 days a week, but I tend to do very long streams. But I usually start around, well, it would be around-ish like 4 hours ago, 3-4 hours ago. Easier to say it that way, we don't have to worry about time zones. Yeah, so usually I do Monday, Wednesday, Friday, but I might be switching it up soon, we'll see. Do more days in the week. I feel like I need to get more shit done, you know? But thank you once again very much for the raid, I do appreciate it, and good luck with work, man. And try to fit in a few hours of streaming before work, nice. And fortunately, I don't have to worry about that, because I'm one of those fucking nut jobs that quit my actual full-time job to do this. Which maybe, you know, you could argue is not the most responsible thing to do, but we're doing it. We're doing it. So yeah, I do tend to try and stream quite long hours. Wasn't gonna link my portfolio like you mentioned, because I did a couple of weeks ago and you already saw it then. Oh, yeah, wait, I remember it. No, link it again. I wanna see it again. Screw you. You can't tell me what to do. Link it again. Yeah, you did. I remember, Meowch. I remember. Okay, so now we pause and clear. Should we do it the opposite? I guess it doesn't really matter. It feels like it makes more sense to clear it and then pause it. Yeah, I remember this. Oh, that's just the banner, I see. This is really fucking sick, man. Concept artist and illustrator. I feel like you should... I know I said it last time as well. I feel like you should do pretty sick, like, capsule art and stuff. But this is a good style for, like, capsule art on Steam, you know? Yeah, I'd like to do more, yeah. Boom. I'm gonna save you here. In case I ever need an artist, because this shit is actually really good, man. It's actually really good. Clean and yeah, it's really nice. Dope shit, man. It's a tough market right now for concept art jobs. And oh, we got ads now, sorry, man. I still see a dust pixel here. Oh, maybe I do... Maybe that's because I paused first. And now let's see, do they start? Oh yeah, I'm starting to see some going on here. Ah, now you can kind of see them getting cleared when you go into a room though. Since that also triggers a similar function, right? Oh no, because we switched to cutscene for a moment. Which might be good. It's still resetting the position though, just we don't want to make it seem like we have the same dust in every room. That's gonna be weird. It's kind of working. I felt like it took a long time before I actually saw it. That is the pixel, right? This is... Am I going crazy? Is that on my monitor? Oh. Never mind. It's that on my monitor. Fuck me, dude. That's actually funny. I was so sure that was a dust particle that was frozen. It's literal dirt on my monitor. Holy shit, dude. Okay. Yeah, you said it's a tough market right now for concept art jobs. Yeah, would you say, is it because of AI? Is it the aftermath of AI being introduced? Or is there other factors playing into it? As someone who has no, you know, I have no connection to like the professional business side of things. Not really, there was a ton of layoffs last year. I see. Specifically, like, would you say, is that in the... Specifically like in concept art? Or in game development? Like in the games industry in general? Because I do know that there's a lot of talk about layoffs in the game industry, right? Do you feel like, yeah, in general? So would you say that it's affected the industry equally across the different domains? Or is it like, would you say, is it better or worse as a concept artist? Or is it equal as to a developer or a designer or whatever it might be? So not a lot of hiring, yeah, I see what you mean. I don't know how viable it is with other stuff, with like during times. Have you ever thought about doing like, I don't know, concept art or Steam capsules or whatever it might be on like, I don't know, Fiverr or something? Or doing like more, do you do those like smaller gigs as well? I mean, maybe you already do, I don't know. Obviously it doesn't have to be on Fiverr either, I just meant like in general doing those like kinda... But I suppose the issue there is always the fact that it's gonna be less reliable, right? Compared to actually being a hired concept artist. Dude, that little dirt spot still looks like a pixel for me, holy shit. It takes quite a while for them to start. That is something I don't like. Oh, I know why now. It's because of the premature thingy, like, right? Like, particle effects have some, like... Yeah, you have this, like, premature ejaculation thing where you basically have a bunch of particles when you start, so it looks like it's already been running. Yeah. And when I clear it, I reset that. But pausing didn't work right, because then I paused the ones I already have. So that's an issue as well. What if I destroy it and spawn these in, maybe? That could be one thing, one way of doing it. Yeah, just now you can see the pixels everywhere. Concept art has always been very competitive, so it's just made it worse. So many tech artist jobs. I'm currently working part-time as someone's pixel art... on someone's pixel art golf in the game. Oh, cool, man. But that's all pixel art. I'm starting to work on a Roblox mod. Surprisingly, those make decent money. Interesting. Just stuff to get me by till I find full-time, yeah. Yeah, I've heard it isn't like the kinda game dev like Roblox dev community actually like surprisingly big. I don't know if it's surprising really. Just isn't Roblox in itself quite massive? Because that's basically one of those, it kind of works as a metaverse, right? You can kind of make games inside of Roblox and people can play them and sometimes even, as you might have said, like pay for them, right? I'm new to it, but it seems like it, yeah, just I know I've heard on some like game dev podcasts and stuff, people talking about like, yeah, basically Roblox game devs, I suppose. Is there a way I can, rather than clearing this, is there a way I can just hide it? I suppose it would be to destroy and spawn these in instead. I think that's gonna be the way I wanna do it, actually. Yeah, I think we're gonna change this. So rather than having... Wait, let's see. Particle system, room particles. Oh, well, that's actually fine. Yeah, that's fine, because then we can just instantiate them the same way we do here, spawn particle effects. Oh, so I should even move those into this list. And then, let's see, spawn default particle effects. On new room, we stop and play. What if I destroy them and respawn them? Maybe a little bit less optimal, I suppose. Stop, play. But why is this working here? But in that case, I should be able to stop here. And then I don't need to change anything. Because it resets when I go into a new room. But now they are floating around here. Even though I told them to stop. And then I get an error. Okay, this is interesting. Particle system has been destroyed. Oh yeah, that's the thing. That's so weird. I'm destroying it. So I lose the reference to it. And that's why I can stop the other ones, because I... Well, wouldn't this do the same thing then? No, this is the function that's giving me the error, isn't it? Because I'm trying to do it in... No, when I'm trying to play it here... Why have you been destroyed? Wait, on new room. Let's comment this out. Oh, let's comment this out. I find concept art quite interesting, because I remember like when I was watching Hillfoot and stuff, who used to be a concept artist. Okay, interesting. Still looks like I'm removing these. I realized hearing him talk about it that I actually never like fully knew what concept art is all about, which was kind of interesting realizing for the first time. Like, I think, and I bet I'm not the only one who, as someone on the outside, has a lot of like misconceptions about like what concept art is and like how you use it. Okay, so here it looks like these still exist, right? But then they get destroyed there. Am I not looping them? Stop action destroy. You fucking Dumbo, of course. Disable callback. Stop action. Disable or none? Disable maybe? Looks fine. And then I didn't get the error, but where are my dust particles? Let me get my flashlight. I see no dust particles. Are they still in the hierarchy? They are. But maybe now play doesn't enable. What happens if I do none? I suppose that stopping doesn't do anything, right? So now they're gonna continue here. Yeah, now they are moving here. And then it looks like we restarted them when we went back into the game. Okay. Because I could also just spawn them and destroy them. Which might be good, because right now this would play in every single room. Maybe at some point we want a room that doesn't have dust particles. Very possible. So maybe it would be good spawning it. Maybe each room can have like a reference to like what type of particles should be in the room. Yeah, maybe. Maybe we keep this one for like room... We keep an array of room particles where we pass in like prefabs instead of references. And then rather than like stopping and playing them, we spawn them in. It might be a little bit more computationally heavy or whatever. It probably shouldn't be too bad. Out of curiosity, how... why is the term you use here? How computationally... What's the term? Like, how hard work is it for the computer is basically what I want to ask. Heavy doesn't sound computationally heavy. Programming, computational... What's the term I'm looking for here? Can I say computational effort, maybe? Or how intensive is the task? How demanding is it? Maybe? You can ask ChatGPT what the right term is. That is actually very true. Resource intensive. Oh, yeah, that might be a good term, actually. Yeah, I don't know why I googled it when I have ChatGPT in front of me. That's actually kind of funny. I might as well could have just asked ChatGPT about it. You're 100% correct. I would love to work on an interesting indie project full-time, but hard to find those that have money to hire. Yeah, I can imagine that. And I also understand from like an artist side of point, what the fuck am I saying? From an artist perspective, that like if you have like a relatively new developer you probably don't want to do like revenue share, right? Because it's hard to trust someone who's never published a game before. You don't know like how serious they are as a developer, and I understand that like if you're doing this for, you know, actual money and stuff, and you probably don't want to sign up and do like a bunch of work for something that maybe ends up getting scope creep or never being published, you know? So I can imagine, I understand what you mean, that it's probably hard to find that kind of indie project that is, at least if you're talking like indie as in like really small teams or like solo indie game developers who are really willing to make that investment to have like a artist full-time. I believe it will understand what you mean regardless of the exact word. Yeah, that is true. I think it's just me. I still always feel like a little bit of a noob in the game development space. So I think when it comes to this stuff, it's kind of me making sure that even though I'm self-taught and stuff, I want to make sure that I kind of have the correct lingo, you know, so that if I ever end up talking to like an actual game developer, I don't sound like an absolute knob who doesn't know anything. Like I just feel like I want to, same thing with code, I put quite a lot of effort into getting like the right conventions at like this stuff, as you know, if it's a private field you do an underscore before, if it's public you might capitalize it, like learning these little conventions and stuff to kind of, because it's very easy as someone who's self-taught to like forget about all of this stuff and end up like, you know, just not knowing what the general practices is, you know? I just write whatever, and then when the language model uses the right word, I'm thinking, yeah, that was it. Oh yeah, I suppose that is a fair way of doing it too. Okay, how resource intensive is it to spawn and destroy? I suppose that is what I would do, right? Yeah, it is. Particle system prefabs in Unity 2D isn't terribly expensive for most cases, but it can become resource intensive depending on how frequently you're doing it and how complex the particle systems are. Here's a breakdown of what affects performance and some best practices. Instantiation overhead. Instantiate is relatively expensive, especially if you're doing it every frame or very frequently, like bullets or footsteps, so that wouldn't be the case here. It would be like every time you switch room, which you could theoretically do pretty quickly, but most of the time it wouldn't happen super often. Unity has to allocate memory, set up the game object and initialize all components. So I suppose that is why, so that's why the maybe doing something like I was trying to do at first, when you like reuse the same prefab, doesn't have these kind of issues. Even though this is most likely me doing a bit of that lovely premature optimization. This probably doesn't matter in my case, you know. Lots of destroys, more frequent garbage collection, potential frame spikes. Particle system complexity, high particle counts, we don't really have that. Overlapping transparent particles can be costly. I mean, I do overlap like semi-transparent pixel or particles. If you use colliders, rigid bodies, or have scripts running, that's extra, I don't. Instead of constantly spawning, destroying, reuse a pool of pre-instantiated particle system objects. If the prefab doesn't need to be unique every time, just reuse and replay it. Well, it can't be the exact same, but it also doesn't have to be completely unique. But I can't have the particles stay in the same place, because that would be noticeable. ChatGPT, my hero, indeed. Study to do software, end up being a garbage collector manager. Yeah, it's called object pooling, yeah. I think that's what I kinda probably should do with my audio sources as well. We talked about this before. I have like 80 audio sources that are created at runtime for like each sound effect in the game. Should probably use some object pooling there. I think I do have it on my dev board as well as a task. Yeah, optimize audio system, object pooling. I think that is something I maybe should look into. Not that I think maybe I need to do it for like performance issues, but it's probably good to learn about. Like I feel like it would be a good practice for me to try and implement that. Use play instead of reinstantiate, and if the prefab doesn't need to be unique, yeah, it kinda does. Like I said, it doesn't have to be, but I can't have it be the exact same. But now stop doesn't do anything. Disable culling mode. Because the thing is that if I disable it, it seems on stop. It seems like it never started. Wait, now it did. Or is that because, whoops. Is that because I only changed one of these? No, I'm changing both. Stop action, disable. I know I can't destroy them if I'm gonna reuse them. But now I have particle effects here. And now they disappeared. Oh, do I have to wait for him to destroy it first? And then now... Yeah, now I don't have any particles. Right? So disabled, I think it doesn't enable it. I don't know what a callback here is. What other functions do I have? I do have the clear one, but that seems to mess up the pre-warm thing. Which I kinda want. Particle dot pause emit clear. Well, here there's pause. But that means that they would still be on the screen, and I can't have that. What if I just disable and enable the game object? I think that's the easiest way of doing it. Whenever we change the game state, what if I say... What if we make a field for the game object? Was I could get the parent of these as well, maybe? Fuck it. Room particles parents. So that's all of the room particles. And instead of doing any of this, if we are in a cutscene, we just say that we want the room particles parent set active false. If we're not in a cutscene, we want to activate it again. Which means I can make this into way less code, I just realized. Because we can just use some ternary operator here, right? Where I say room particles parent dot set active, and inside here I say we make it... I don't even need a ternary operator. I just set this to game manager dot current state is equal to... So if this set active should be true, okay, so this needs to be is not equal to state cutscene. That means if it's not in a cutscene, this will be true and we're gonna activate the object. If it is in a cutscene, this will be false and we're gonna deactivate it. And now we did all of this with just one line of code. Tell me that is not pretty fucking cool. I don't know why I'm so hyped about that. Everyone else here who actually is like a decent coder is like, yeah, obviously. And here I am fucking, look what I did! Look, father, be proud of me! Validate me, tell me I'm a good boy. Thank you for the claps, Meowch. Okay, I'm missing the reference now though. Particle effects, boom. Object pooling is nice for things like footsteps or bullets. Yeah, it makes sense. I think it is something I should look into. I don't know, because what I'm doing now is technically not object pooling, right? Because I'm just reusing the same exact prefabs. Isn't object pooling a little bit different? If you're gonna be like technical about it. Because isn't that I have like... it's still a little bit more flexible. Like, from what I understand it with my audio system, object pooling would be to, rather than create my 80 audio sources for each sound effect, I would only have like 5. And each time I play a sound effect, I assign that sound effect and play through that audio source. And if I play multiple at the same time, we assign those to the different ones. And if I run out of audio sources, then we like dynamically create and destroy ones. Isn't that kind of what object pooling does? Whereas this is similar, but this is a more simple version of it, right? Where I'm just reusing prefabs. But it's not technically object pooling, right? Am I correct here? In my understanding? Okay, there's no particle effects on the screen. I wonder if it's gonna look weird now when they instantly activate though. It didn't really, but now I do see the particles here. Oh, I suppose it doesn't because they fade in, right? So it doesn't become like a boom, here's the particles. However, now I think we have the issue where I think the particles are gonna stay in the same place because I'm not resetting them when we go to a new room. So, just for... let me cheat and get the flashlight. We have this particle, let's look at it, and boom. Of course there's a fucking window in the way. Okay, go back. Let's do this instead, let's go in here. Give me a particle. Okay, we have this big boy here, and then we go boom. Oh, maybe it does reset. We have a particle there, boom. It actually looks like it. How is it resetting though? Oh, it's resetting because I actually switched to the cutscene state when I go through a door. Like, that's technically viewed as a like 1 second cutscene, which means that I disable and enable the object. And I suppose that when you disable and enable a particle effect, that counts as basically resetting it. Should be able to see that in real time, actually. Okay, let me see a particle. There's one there. Boom. Oh no, I'm turning off the effects manager. Whoops. Particle effects. There we go. Okay, we have a big one there. That one is gone now. Okay, I see a particle. Yeah, it does change. Oh, so that's all I need to do then. Nice. That was a sweet solve. So now, what we're gonna do is, I think I might comment this. I'm gonna leave this function for now and say something like new room. No, we say something like transition between rooms. Trigger the changes game state to cutscene for a split second. So the on-game state changed method is already resetting the particles. Disable particles during cutscenes. And enable them Otherwise, enable them. Includes room transitions. Because I feel like this is something I could get confused about in the future. But this does seem fully functional. Yeah, we have some particles going on here. Where's my bid particles though? Am I just blind? Oh no, that's a bid one. Yeah, I say bid ones too. It's fine. And it correctly resets when I go into a new room. Let's go Mario. That means that we have at least a temporary fix for the dust particles being in front of the eyelids. Shall we see if we can clean up the, or maybe do something a little bit more fun when you pick up an item? And then maybe, if we're feeling a little bit cocky today, we could start looking into polishing either the room transitions or the inventory system. I think I might need more time for the inventory system though. I feel like that's gonna be a little bit complex. Room transitions shouldn't be... Oh no, they are gonna be a little bit weird because I need to... No, wait, I don't need to move the camera actually, I can move the rooms. Because the thing is, I cannot move the camera because the canvases I have are tied to the camera, which means that if I move the camera or zoom in, the size of the canvas is going to follow the camera, so nothing is going to happen. But I could actually instead change the rooms themselves. Because if I... Yeah, exactly, this is tied to the camera, so I can't move it. But this room, I can move, right? So then we can make it so that if you're going into the left, we move the room a little bit like this. And then when you get to the new room, we put it here and like finish the movement. So we kind of fake the illusion of movement a bit. And if you're going forward, we can just do like 1.2 in scale, so we kind of zoom in a little bit. And then in the next room, before you enter, we do like 80% of the size. And then we continue zooming into 100%. I feel like that could be kind of cool. What's up, Songbird? How you doing? Welcome in. Nice to have ya. How's your Friday? Okay, is everything set up correct here? It should be. Okay, so I think that's the plan. Let's see if we can do something simple to kind of improve the pickup animation. I at least want to try and see, maybe do the fading thing or the shrink. No, I think maybe RZ had a good point. Maybe shrinking would look a bit weird. I think maybe seeing if fading would look better. Having like a quick fade rather than destroying the item. And then we look into improving the room transitions. That sounds like a good idea. Sounds like a good plan. Okay, so first up, pickups. That means I think I want to change the... here. Collect item on click. I'm good, how about you? So glad it's Friday. Nice, I'm doing good as well, thank you. Working but trying to take it easy. Nice, nice. How's Devin? Devin is though going good, going good. I have been talking a bit of shy today, not gonna lie. But that always happens, let's be honest. I think I am the type of person who needs like a bit of time to get into work, you know? Most of the time I feel like my streams start out with me just chatting shit for like the first hour or something before I actually get to work. But I think that's completely fine, like in the end I really enjoy chatting shit to you guys as well, so I think it's fine. But yeah, we're still doing some polishing and stuff, and I feel like the game is improving a lot. So that's always fun. Do you have any plans for the weekend? Any fun stuff going on? Also, thank you very much for the follow. I saw you followed me. I'm pretty sure you followed me off stream the other day, if I'm not mistaken. I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure I saw the notification for it, so thank you very much. I appreciate it. Okay, so I think that the way we're gonna do this is to not destroy it immediately.
Skills is forcing you to stand up for 10 minutes.
Let's do it. What's up, BHTS? How you doing? Welcome in.
Cheers.
Talking shit is always the best part of the stream, lol. And yeah, you raided Hillfoot when I tend to hang out during the day, so oh yeah, that was it, probably. Yeah. Thank you very much. And also, cheers, Shadow. How you doing, BX? Can I call you BX? Or should I call you Cass? Or should I be proper? Let me know how you want to be referred to as. This weekend should be a good one though, hopefully productive though. Nice. Do you have any projects going on at the moment, Songbird? BX? Okay, cheers. Okay, so right now we check if we're supposed to destroy the game object, we instantly destroy it. So I think we're gonna make a new function, and we're gonna use a little bit of tweening here. That's the way we're gonna do it. So we're gonna say using dg.tweening, and then we're gonna make a new function which is gonna be private void. Let's call this fade out and destroy. Because basically what I want to do is try to, instead of when you pick up an item, instead of instantly destroying it, I think doing maybe a quick fade out could look cool. It's probably not going to be a huge difference, but at least I want to give it a go and see whether it's worth doing. It's very possible that it's barely going to be noticeable, but we'll see. Worth a shot. Spring cleaning is my big project right now. Beyond that, a few things here and there for content creation. Oh, I see. Mostly trying to find time to do all of the things I need to do, so it goes. I know what you mean. Dude, when it comes to content, not gonna lie, my editing backlog is fucking stressing me out. I have so much editing to do, and I am just not good enough at taking the time to actually edit. It's something I need to... I feel like I need to set up a more proper schedule of like when I'm supposed to edit and when I'm supposed to game dev. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, the filming is easy, the editing is... Yeah, exactly. I feel like, not gonna lie, editing is pretty damn long. It actually is. You stream as well, don't you? Do you stream game development? Let me throw a little follow too. Fade out and destroy. So what do we want to do? We need to get the image. I don't think we have a reference to the image, right? No. We get component particle effect. Or interactable, I mean. Okay, let's do a private image. Which means we need to be using Unity engine.ui. In await, we're gonna say, let's do that one first actually. Here we're gonna say that image is equal to get component image, and here we say that the image we want to do fade to 0 in alpha value in like half a second maybe? I don't know if we need to do any easing here. And then we do on complete. We do this little thing, and we say that when you complete, we would like to destroy game object. And then here, if destroy game object, instead of destroying it, we are going to call fade out and destroy. Did I mess something up? Okay, I need another semicolon here. I do stream, not cool enough to be a game dev, just like to hang out with y'all and learn the things that you're going to make in games. Interesting. Thanks for the follow, no worries. What kind of... So do you do gaming then? Game streams? What kind of games do you like? Did you know that if you like, for example, puzzle games, point and click games or horror games, did you guys know? No sellout whatsoever. Did you know that Shroud of Gloom, this game is available on Steam? Absolutely free to wishlist. That's pretty cool, right? Isn't it? Sorry, dude, we have to be on the grind a little bit here, you know what I mean? And though I'm a big fan of games with good stories, and I just wishlisted your game on Steam, thank you very much, I appreciate you very much, Songbird. I love point-and-click games though, so I'm excited to see more. Nice! Okay, let's see how this looks. Wait, are my particles bugged? No, we still have particles. Okay, so that's... I think I actually do prefer it, but I think maybe the fade-out should be a little bit quicker. I don't know what you guys think. Oh, that one doesn't use collect item, right. So that one doesn't fade out, that's something I need to fix. I kinda like it, to be honest. But maybe doing the fade out.
Over here.
Thank you very much for lurking, Praya. I appreciate you very much. Yeah, I think this should be a little bit quicker. Maybe we do it in 0.3 seconds? Maybe? Yeah, that feels a bit more snappy. I kinda like it. It's not a huge difference, but like, it's these little tiny things that really make the game feel polished, isn't it? I think the timing is pretty good as well. Anyway, let me try doing just a little bit quicker. Maybe if we do it in 0.25 seconds. Just to see how it would look. What's up, Leaf Buckets? Hope you're doing good, man. Hope you're having a good Friday. What are these hot dog bean things? They're hot dog beans. Have you never heard of hot dog beans? I thought everyone knew what hot dog beans were. Now, do you wanna actually know where it comes from? It's actually kinda funny. So, I at least used to be, I'm actually getting a bit better, but I used to be a little bit of a coffee maniac. So I would drink a lot of coffee. So, for that reason I decided that, like, what are my channel points supposed to be? And I realized that why not just make them coffee beans? That makes sense, right? So I made this little icon and stuff, and I started calling my channel points coffee beans. However, if you look at the icon, a lot of people started telling me that it looks like a hot dog bun. And I was like, you know what, that's actually kind of fair. And I was thinking about like changing it and stuff, but people kept like joking around saying that it was like hot dog buns. So after a while, I was like, you know, fuck it, I'm just gonna call it hot dog beans. And you do as you please, you know. That is, yeah, that is basically the story of why my channel points are called hot dog beans. I just decided to, fuck it, let's make it both. I can't unsee it, yeah. I mean, kinda same here, to be honest. What's up, Janko? Americans started telling you that it looks like a hot dog bun? Exactly, that was pretty much it. Deep lore, indeed. This is the, you know, this is the behind the scenes, the hidden lore of the Mad Chirpy channel. Oh yeah, I think this is better. Fading it out a little bit quicker. I think I prefer it. What happens when I spend them? That depends on the redeem. So I actually have quite a lot of different redeems. Anything from just making me take a drink of water, all the way to getting your name in the credits of the game, or getting VIP in the channel, or what else do I have? We have a bunch of sound effects and stuff going on. Let's try a few ones. So it depends on which redemption you decide to use. Dude, that is one lovely username, I must say. Got dumped because I shat myself. Welcome in, man. Hope you're doing good. Also, love the guitar and uke on the wall behind you. Thank you. Do you want more Mad Sherpy Law? Do you want more Mad Sherpy Law? Thank you very much for the follow as well. Appreciate you. Hope you're doing good. More law, yes? Okay. This is interesting, but that is not a ukulele. It's not a ukulele. It's actually a guitarlele. It's a 6th-stringed ukulele or a guitar the size of a ukulele. So it's technically not a ukulele. And I also changed the strings so it actually has the same tune as a normal guitar, which is kind of cool. I think it's kind of cool at least. Say hot dog beans 12 times real fast. Hot dog beans, hot dog bean, hot dog bean, hot dog bean. I can't even do it. Where's the Portuguese guitar? Dude, I would actually like to try a Portuguese guitar at some point. I've never played, but they tend to be, a lot of those tend to be double stringed, right? Which I feel like is a little bit more difficult to play, but dude, when you hear people play on Portuguese guitars, it can sound really fucking good. Like, you know that when, holy shit, there's a few of those when people do some like fado, little, you know, Portuguese guitar solo in the middle of some fado song or something, and I go fucking nuts. It's so good, man. I wonder, if I'm not mistaken, I think I might even have, because I have seen Portuguese guitars when I was in Portugal. Did I not post a picture of that? If anyone wants to follow my Instagram, you have the link right here. Let me see, I know I took in, because I found this little store that had like a bunch of Portuguese guitars when I was in Portugal. Don't remember if I posted it. I love this image, I fucking love it. So good. Dude, the fucking face of this guy is like, what the fuck are you doing? I love it. That's not Portugal. Oh yeah, this was sick. Dude, I asked the guy in a Portuguese pub or whatever to play one of my favorite Portuguese songs, which is the poem by Florbela Espanca, which is called, what is it called? Perdidamente. This was fucking sick. I was so hyped about this. And the entire pub started singing along. Such a good fucking song. Security se deseja. Such a good fucking song, man. Nice pitch, thank you, dude. What's it called again? Perdidamente or Perdidamente. But it's also called, they have two names. It's either that or what's the other name? Because sometimes you see the poem or the song being called by two different names. It's by Florbela Espanca. That song tends to be called Perdidamente, but I think, let me see here. Florbela Espanca, Perdidamente. You also hear it's sometimes being called Ser Poeta, right? So the poem or the song tends to be called Ives ser poeta or Perdidamente. It's like my favorite Portuguese poem and one of my all-time favorite Portuguese songs. I wonder if this is the one. I think I might find it here. Come on. There we go, there we go. Oh, fuck yeah. This is also... This is fucking sick, dude. A bit of francesinha. Let's go. Here we have some Portuguese guitars. So these tend to be like what? They're like 12 stringed, right? So it's like one of those like double string guitars, which I think I would imagine is a little bit more difficult to play. I've never tried playing one, but I would definitely like to try at some point. The poem is a great poem, but the arrangement by Luis Represas is amazing. Yeah, no, it's really good. I met him once, was in a bar with friends, and he was there. We took a photo with him, and he had a few beers with us. Nice memory. Sick, dude. That's so cool. That should be an emote. Oh, that's actually pretty good. Maybe I should make that an emote. You know, I might actually do it. Whenever we unlock more emote slots, I might actually do it. That's a pretty decent idea. Oh, you're from Portugal as well, Beards? Nice. A Trash Pit, a Banjolele, ever played one of those? I have not. Can't say I have. You have one there, Portuguese music be like? Yeah, this is... Where is it? Yeah, this one. This is basically me making fun of Portuguese music. Tuga said Tuga, yeah. Portuguese being Portuguese, eh? Isso. I need to start practicing my Portuguese again, dude. I am definitely not putting enough time into my Portuguese. Pois. I really need to. This is me making fun of Portuguese music, because for anyone who doesn't know, whenever you listen to like a Portuguese song, for some reason, they are always singing about a woman. And that woman fucking every time has the same name. Okay, sorry, this might not be... Do I want to listen to this? No, beard Sharpie. I think this is gonna copyright strike my VOD. If you wanna check it out, that's the link. I think I'm gonna not listen to it now because it's gonna copyright strike my VOD on YouTube and I can't be bothered. Let's try and not do that. És de onde, Sharpie? Sou da Suécia. Sou sueco. Mas falo pouco português. O meu português... Evidentemente, tenho que praticar o meu português e melhorar, mas não estou a praticar o suficiente. Entendes? Mas ainda... na verdade, o português é a minha língua favorita, mas tenho que praticar mais. E tu és de onde? És de Portugal, mas onde em Portugal? Já muito bom. Without Brazilian pronunciation, huge. Yeah, I did learn European Portuguese. Português europeu. Lisboa. Que é fixe, pá. Bué de fixe. Bué de fixe. Okay, I do like the fade out here. I do like the fade out here. I think I'm pretty happy with that. Should we look into the room transitions maybe? Yeah, I think my main issue is that obviously I was very obsessive about Portuguese before. But let's be honest here, game development did kind of take up a lot of the time that I used to have to study Portuguese. To be fair though, I still feel pretty good about my Portuguese. Like, obviously I'm far from fluent, absolutely. I'm not fluent, but I get around in Portuguese, you know what I mean? Like, when I went to Portugal, I didn't have to rely on English. I still, like, you know, I basically only spoke Portuguese. So I would say I'm fairly conversational. I can survive and I can get around in Portuguese, which is very nice. But I feel like I need to practice a lot more. That is the main thing. And then right now, unfortunately, I'm just not taking the time to study enough. Gotta get some stuff done, but I'm so glad I came in and got to hang out a bit. I'll be back more often for sure. Thank you very much for lurking, Sonbird. I really do appreciate ya. And yeah, it was nice to have you drop by. I'll catch you later. Cheers. Está muito bom, sério, parabéns. Muito obrigado, meu. Obrigadíssimo. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like maybe I should try and just... Kinda similar to my editing, I feel like I kinda need to take some... I almost need to like schedule time, you know, when I actually try to improve my Portuguese. I think that's the main thing. Like, I need to actually dedicate a bit of time every week to study it. Because it's very easy for me to... Like I said, I'm a very obsessive person, and when I get obsessed about stuff like game development, it kinda takes over my life a bit. So other stuff kind of falls behind a little bit. To be fair, it was the same thing when I started learning Portuguese. I was like full in. I didn't do like anything else for like months on end. Like, I was fully encapsulated by just fucking obsessing about Portuguese. Because it is a fucking sick language, and I still have like contact to Portuguese. Like, I do still listen to Portuguese music every now and then. You know, I still get a lot of like Portuguese content recommended to me on like YouTube and Instagram. But I feel like I'm not studying enough, and I'm not interacting enough with the language. I still get some input, but I just need to interact more, you know. I'm a very practical person as well, so I tend to prefer to learn while speaking, if that makes sense. Which, if you look in like the language learning community, that can be a bit controversial. Some people think that, you know, you should do the thing where you get like tons of input before you ever start speaking. Which is fair. I think that is good from the point of pronunciation, and obviously I do think I probably could improve my pronunciation quite a bit. But the thing is that the thing that's most enjoyable for me when it comes to languages is talking to people, right? So, by that reasoning, the way I like to learn the most is to learn while talking to people. Like, that's the most fun part, you know. It is what motivates me the most. So like, even if I don't speak perfectly, even if I just know a few words in the language, I tend to like, I rather wanna just try and see like if I can get something of a conversation going. I'll still be lurking while controlling my Stellaris Empire. Cheers, good luck with the Empire, Shadow, and thank you very much for lurking. I do appreciate it. Yeah, I'm feeling pretty... Oh, there is one thing we could do. When you pick up these, they actually don't fade out. Because technically this is not an item I pick up. Like, it's not an item for the backpack, so to speak. I wonder though if I could make it into a collect item on click. Yeah, maybe actually. Because here, what do I do? Oh no, because that's gonna bring up the back... No, it shouldn't, unless the backpack is enabled. No, I think I need a new script for this. So currently what I do, I think, is that I have a somewhat unoptimized script. Let me see, a flashlight item. What do we do? Oh yeah, we do a lot of stuff here. We destroy on click and we publish event on click. So publish event on click is probably fine. So I suppose we could change the destroy on click and make a fade out and destroy on click. Yeah, that should actually be a solution. Where I don't really need to change any of this. Maybe add the particle thing to that one as well. Nah, fuck it. Let's do a fade out and destroy on click. I mean, I suppose I could add a delay to the destroy on click one as well. Maybe that's better. No, but just every time, if I fade something out, I'm pretty much always gonna want to destroy it, right? Isn't that the case? Fade. How did I do with the blood trace here? What do you do? Oh, I threw an animation, so that's not programmatic. So I suppose this one I do fade in. Maybe I should handle this separately. Destroy on click. Here, what we could do is say that we serialize a private float called delay, which we default to 0. And then we check well, we should do this. If delay is less than or equal to 0, meaning you don't have a delay, in that case, destroy the game object and return early from the function. Otherwise, if that is not the case, if you do have a delay, then we queue the destruction. Well, technically, I could use invoke here, right? Would you say, is it better to use invoke rather than an IEnumerator? What are the pros and cons to using invoke versus IEnumerator to add a delay to something in Unity? And what's the best thing? Both invoke and IEnumerator, as in coroutines, can be used to add delays in Unity, but they serve slightly different purposes and different pros and cons. Here's the breakdown. Invoke is simple and concise, great for short delays with no need for extra logic. No extra coroutine code, keeps your script clean, and when all you need is a one-off delay. String-based method name, not type safe. Yeah, that is fair. If you rename the method and forget to update the string, it breaks silently. Limited control. You can't pause, stop or chain invoke without extra logic. No parameters. But for like a simple delay, this sounds like it's not really an issue. Harder to debug, not obvious what's going to happen when reading the code. Type safe and readable, more flexible. Easier to expand. Yeah, and this all makes sense if I need more logic, but when all I want to do is a delay, it sounds like maybe invoke is better. I suppose the question is, what is more resource intensive? Right? Can take parameters, cancelable. Cons, slightly more verbose, requires extra method. Can lead to spaghetti. That's funny. If overused or nested poorly, coroutine chains can get messy. Yeah, that's fair. Performance isn't a critical concern and you're okay with less control. So wait, would you say that an IEnumerator is better? Wait, what is best in terms of resource intensity or whatever? Both are lightweight and fine for most use cases, but invoke is marginally less efficient than IEnumerator, especially at scale. Coroutines are better if you're doing many delayed actions or need ongoing control. This probably doesn't matter, but it's still interesting learning about. Unity manages invoke calls via a central scheduler that checks every frame for when a method should fire. It uses string lookups and reflection, which adds a small overhead. Okay, so I suppose in that case, this is more simple, it's less code, but it might actually be less efficient. Memory-wise, it's not as bad as it used to be, but still not the most efficient. Whereas coroutines are managed by the Unity's coroutine scheduler, which is pretty optimized. Single occasional delay, invoke is fine. Multiple delays, repeated patterns, dynamic or cancelable or ultra performance critical systems, you should use IEnumerators. So for this one, invoke probably would be fine. But maybe I'll use a IEnumerator anyway. Just this is gonna be a simple script anyway, you know? So I feel like it's kind of fine. So let's go and say something like start coroutine, and then we need a coroutine, so we're gonna do a private void IEnumerator, which we are going to call... That is the question. We're gonna call this... Yeah, let's do queue destruction. Oh, no, not void. Private IEnumerator queue destruction. And then we're gonna do a yield return new, wait 4 seconds delay, and then destroy game object. Start coroutine, queue destruction. We're missing a reference. I think IEnumerators is in system.collections.generic. No? System.collections. There we go. Okay, so we now have a delay, which we default to 0. If the delay is less than or equal to 0, as in we don't have one, then we destroy the game object and we return early. If we do have a delay, then we queue the destruction, we wait for the delay, and then we destroy the game object. That sounds good to me. And then we're gonna do a new script called fade on click. Which I might switch out the bloodstain thing to use later on as well, we'll see. So here, what we want to do is... We do know that we're gonna be using dg.tweening for the fading effect. And then we're gonna do a private... Let's do a target alpha. Also on this one, did I mess this up? Yeah, I want to have an underscore here. Oh, private float, target alpha. We also need to implement the IInteractable. We also need a float for the duration of the fade. So now, the reason why I do target alpha is because we're gonna be able to make this flexible to where we can either use this to fade in or fade out. So I don't need to have separate scripts for each one. And even if I just want to fade something half, because otherwise I suppose we could do a bool whether you should fade in or out. But this gives me the ability to fade something to 50% in case I ever want to do it. So I think I'm gonna do it this way. And then we're gonna do a void IInteractable.interact, which is the thing that's actually gonna be called when you click on this object, where we say, well, we wanna fade the image, right? So we need a private image called image. For that, we need to be using unityengine.ui. Now we also need to get this component, so we need to make a private void await, where we say that image is equal to get component image. And then when you do the interaction, we say that image.doFade, and we want to fade to the target alpha for the duration. I don't know, fading, is it worth having easing on fading? I don't know what you guys think. I know someone before said that easings doesn't always look that good for fading anyway. I don't know, let's try this. Okay, so these I fade out in 0.25 seconds. So what we're gonna do, where is my... Here, I'm gonna put this at top. No, I'm not. Okay, never mind. Apply to the prefab, and then we're gonna open the prefab. Fade on click. Why do not let me go up? There we go. Boom. So the destroy on click is gonna happen after a 0.25 second delay. Target alpha is gonna be 0, and the duration here is also gonna be 0.25 seconds. So now when you click on it, we fade out during 0.25 seconds, and then after 0.25 seconds we destroy the game object. That sounds pretty good to me. Let's see if it works. I was not paying attention. Sorry. Okay, go in. Okay, I think I'm gonna cheat and give myself the flashlight to really see whether this is working. So this should fade out, do a particle effect, and then get destroyed. That looks functional. Just to double check, I'm gonna go into the game, room 1, and make sure there's no flashlight in here. Yeah, so it did get destroyed. Nice! That seems functional. So the flashlight should be working. Let's check the backpack. I now want to do the same thing with. Since that's technically not an item that gets added into the inventory, what this does is that it enables a certain UI element. Bad item. Let's just open the prefab. Destroy on click, we want a 0.25 second delay, and then we want to fade on click, target alpha 0, duration 0.25. And I think I want this one at the top for some reason. Boom. Last but not least, we have to do the same thing with the map item. I want that one to fade out as well. So destroy on click, 0.25 second delay. Fade on click, target alpha 0 with a 0.25 second delay. And oh, did I apply it on the wrong one? Scheisse. Overrides apply. I want to open this one, and I want to put you at the top. Now all of those elements should fade in and out correctly. Let's have a look. So these fade out on click. That one fades out. That one did as well. Last but not least, the map fades out. Noise. I think I like it. Simple little thing, but I feel like it adds a bit of polish, doesn't it? Feels even a bit more rewarding to pitch stuff up. Thank you for the claps, Meowch. I like it. Yeah? Okay, sorry about that one. Should we see if we can do a little bit of a room transition? Because I feel like this transition between the rooms is a little bit too simple. Just having a fade in and out here. I feel like it's not enough. I feel like trying to play around with like camera movement could be a good way of doing it. But it's one of those things where I think we have to test it to see whether it works or not. I love smashing that window. I need to add another fake room up here, since there's a door here. Not that this really matters, like obviously this is placeholder stuff. But we'll see. Where did you get your sound effects? They're really nice, thank you. So sound is pretty much the only thing that I'm not handling. So I have one of my mates, who's a bit of an artist, that has made all of the music, like custom music for the game, and I also let him handle all of the sound effects. So he does get some from, you know, sites like Splice and stuff, where you can get sound effects that you can use for games. And then obviously when we need to, he like, you know, tweaks them and stuff. And yeah, he's done a really good job so far. I think that we have quite juicy sound effects, and I also think that the atmosphere is pretty good in terms of the sound, which is obviously really important for a horror game. They sound good and satisfying? Yeah, exactly. Satisfying. I think that's one of those things that is important, because obviously the gameplay is relatively simple, like you're mainly just clicking on things. So that's why I'm currently trying to put so much emphasis not only on the sound, like I said, obviously the sound is really important, but also making sure that all of the interactions feel like, I don't know, a bit juicy, a bit satisfying, because I think that kind of stuff is important. Even when we do these minuscule things like, oh, there's a little particle effect when you click on things, like making sure that these items you pick up fade out a little bit, like just adding that little bit of polish to make sure that stuff is as like juicy as possible, I think is very important. But yeah, big shout out to Biano, who's handling all of the music. He also does have a YouTube channel where he posts some music and stuff, if you guys want to check it out. It's good stuff. Okay. I feel pretty happy with this. All objects now fade out. Should we do a commit? I haven't done any commits today, have I? So we did some stuff with the room particles, and then I guess fade out on pickups or something. There we go. Do twin pickup animation fade, you are donezo. Yeah, I don't know if we have time to get into the inventory polishing today. That feels like a little bit of a big undertaking. So I think we're gonna look into the room transitions, try the camera zoom thing. Let me, you know what, for now, let me also delete all of these batteries. They're not supposed to be in here anyway. So, what do we need to do? Question is, this is probably going to be handled in the room manager, I presume. Here we have... Well, here we do have a reference to the prefabs. We have all of the room prefabs in a list. So I suppose we need a reference to the room we're in, as well as the room we're going to. That is really it. Set new room event. But where is the... I think I have one of these like queue new room things. Yeah. So here we do a delay. And then we set a new room after half a second. And I think this also triggers a fade event, which I think is a 1 second fade in, fade out, if I'm not mistaken. Fade inside scene. Fading inside scene. So we fade out, and after 0.5 seconds we fade in. So I think the full thing is a 1 second animation. So we would move the first room during the first half. We switch the rooms in the middle when it's completely faded out. And then we finish the animation on the second room afterwards. I think that's how I want to do it. So, room manager. Get room from direction. Current room is equal to next room. So we need to get the reference to the game object before this. Because here we lose track of what the current room is. Right? And then, when we set the new room, we can play the other animation. So we need to make some type of animations where we check the direction. We change the position and the movement of the rooms. This is gonna be interesting. I think we can do it though. Dude, I need to clean up this code at some point. Look at all these like commented out methods I have. Dude, there's so many. kind of shows that I've been refactoring a bit, innit? Set new room. So this one looks through. Oh, so wait, I guess we can do the animation here. Because this is where we get... This is the prefab, right? Because here we loop through game objects. And we find the one with the same name as the scriptable object. So this is a reference to the current room. So that is good. However, we do a return here. Okay, that's fine. So I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna make some new function where we pass in a game object, which is the room. We also want to pass in a bool, whether this is the maybe target room, like if this is the room we're going to, or if this is the room we are coming from. So the target, if target room is true, that means this is the room we're going to. Does that make sense? I feel like that makes sense. And then we also need a direction. So in what way are we entering or exiting this room? And that should be all I need. Why is this not working? Oh, because I don't have a name. So we need private void room transition. Sounds good. Do we have DG twinning here? We don't. So using dg.twinning, because that's the way we're gonna make this work. Here on the door event, we have the direction.
Don't forget to save.
Probably a good idea. Thank you very much, BX. Appreciate ya. Let's see, I'm not gonna commit this now. Let's see if we can get this to work. Okay, on room change, door event. So here we have a reference to our current room, but we don't have a reference to the game object. So that means we need to find the game object. So can I not say... Before we switch the current room, we say something like game object current room prefab current room object, because that's the one we're gonna be animating. Let's just say that. Because yeah, the scriptable objects don't have the reference. Yeah, they can't have a reference to something in the scene. So since I have all of the rooms in the scene, I can't just use a prefab here. So the way we're gonna do it is that we need to find the room, right? So we're gonna say that I guess we have to loop through them. So for each variable room in rooms, that's the list of game objects. We basically do the same thing we do down here, right? Where we check if the name is the same as the current room. So if room.name is the same as current room.name, so the scriptable object, that means we found our room. In that case, we want to say that the current room object is equal to room. I need to head out for my lunch walk and lunch, maybe back later, but thanks for the stream. No worries, Meowch. Have a nice walk, have a nice lunch, and thank you very much for dropping by. Always nice to have you here. Appreciate ya. And if I don't catch you later, I'll catch you next time. Cheers. Okay, so we now have a reference to the current room. So then I mean, we can even do it inside here, actually. We check if... No, I can't. No, I don't even need this. Just if we don't find the room, we don't want to call the transition thing anyway. This is already a reference to the game object. So from here, we could just call the room transition, pass in this room as the game object, and then we pass in should I make a separate like helper function to find the room in the list? Maybe. Not now. I can't be bothered. Let's just get this to work, even if it's a bit ugly, and then we can fix it later. Room transitions. We need to pass in a room. We also need to pass in whether this is the target room, which in this case would be false, because this is the current room, so it's the room we're going from, not the room we're going to. And the direction would be this, the door event direction. Now we're calling that function correctly. Now we need to make sure that we can also call the other one when we get into the new room. So here we update it to say that the current room is equal to what the next room is. How is the rooms list? Should it be dictionary, name, room? Probably. Yeah. Yeah, I think you're actually onto something. Because isn't it more efficient to look up something by the key instead? Yeah. No, I think you're right. I think you are absolutely right. I think because right now it's a, what? It's a list or a... Yeah, it's a list of game objects. This should probably be a dictionary, where instead of having to check the names of the game objects, because that is a little bit iffy. That means that if I change the name of a game object, this breaks, right? It doesn't work anymore. Whereas like if I'm checking for a key instead, that would probably be efficient and better. That is a very good point. That is a very good point. Room manager. Make room list into a dictionary. Very, very good point. Thank you, man. Yeah, I think you can do a dictionary and then just do try get by name will be better. About performance, I don't know, but makes the code cleaner. Yeah. And that would also, if you use try get, it would handle the case of not finding it as well, right? Or does it set it to null then? How does that work? I'm not sure. Can you... But here is a question, though. Do I need to create that at runtime? Because a dictionary in Unity, is those serializable? They're not by default, right? But I suppose that isn't an issue, because what I could do is that I could keep my array of rooms, and then, like, at the start of the game, we, like, at runtime, we create the dictionary, where we take all of the rooms here, we add them in, and we set a certain key for them or whatever. Is that the way you would do it? Because I don't think, as far as I know, a dictionary isn't serializable, right? I have to, like, initialize that one through code. Oh, I need to... Pausing what? Oh, what type the key? So I could do like string game object. Just then string would be the key. What's this? Source file should not be open. The process cannot access the file. What? Did I do something weird? Which is being used by another process. Okay. What? What is this on about? I don't think I've ever had this error before. What if I fix the errors, maybe? Does that change anything? It does, okay. I don't know what that was. Screen would be the name, yeah. Okay, so now we should have a dictionary, but... yeah, like I expected, that one is not serializable. But then I suppose one way to get around that, right? Sorry, you guys can't really see this, can you? One way to get around this, the fact that the dictionary isn't serializable, is that I could use this array to set up the dictionary, right? I think that is one way of doing it. So we would, like in a wake or something, we loop through this list of rooms and we create the dictionary. Oh, no. I think there's an... Can I use anything as a key? Can I use a room scriptable object as the key? And the game object being the room prefab? Oh, that's even better. I never have to worry about names of anything. I don't even have to... Like, even if I change the name of a room, that's always gonna be... But wait, how do I find... Okay, so I suppose that means that the game object or the room needs to have a reference to the scriptable object. The easiest way of doing that is that I think maybe having the prefab have a reference to the scriptable object, because otherwise now I don't know how to assign this. How do I assign this in runtime? I'm a backend dev with some curiosity on gamedev about how Unity works to populate, I don't know. Okay, I see. Interesting. So are you interested in maybe trying a bit of gamedev yourself? And this sounds like a better way of handling it though. I just don't know now how to set up these keys correctly. I feel like one of these objects needs to have a reference to the other. Since I'm actually not using prefabs, I mean they are prefabs, but these are actually references to objects in the scene. That means that a scriptable object cannot have a reference to a game object in a scene. So in that case, the way we would have to do it is to have the game object. I guess we make a class for like room objects, where those basically all they really need is to have a reference to the room scriptable object. And then when we create this dictionary, we loop through this game object, so we could even change this to like the room object script. How do I actually initialize a dictionary? Well, a dictionary is actually not a Unity thing either, right? This is a C# thing. So, C# dictionary. C equal to, so here we create a new dictionary of string and string keys. New dictionary string. And then so here we would go something like, for each room in the room list, you add. And then here we pass in like the room.scriptable object or whatever. And then here we pass in the room itself. Yeah. And then we can try to get the game objects by checking the scriptable object. I think that's gonna be better. I think this is a good idea. We'll see how far I get with the room transitions. I kinda wanna refactor this a little bit now. Am I mad always refactoring a little bit of fun? I feel like it is. I think you can definitely go too far with it.
Stand up for 10 minutes.
Let's do it. What's up, Edgewax? Hope you doing good, man. Welcome in. Hope you're having a good Friday so far. I don't know. I think the reason I find refactoring a bit interesting is because whenever I do it, it means I'm learning a better way to write code, and I feel like that like improvement thing about it kind of motivates me, you know. You're making big decisions, so one should have good blood flow. Stand up. Fair enough. Okay, so we do this. Let's try this. Okay. I think we have to actually look at the code here. Let's start cleaning this up. Do I even need these? No. Screw you guys. So this does not even have to be serializable, because it can't be serialized anyway. I don't know, maybe if you have like the Odin inspector asset, maybe you can serialize a dictionary? I don't know. But now we're gonna create it from the list of game objects, which we're gonna change, I think. Room. Map room. This is the scriptable object for rooms. So what I think we're gonna do, on each of these prefabs, I think we're gonna have a... Well, I can't call this one room, because room is the... Maybe that's it. Maybe the scriptable object... Oh, wait! Oh, why does the room have a reference to the prefab? Do I ever use this? I don't think I do. Since I did before when I instantiated the rooms, but now since I'm only disabling and enabling them, I don't think I use this anymore. Maybe this should be called room data. Maybe. And then this is called room. That kinda makes more sense. Inventory? Wait, what do you mean? What's up with the inventory? Yeah. Oh, like things in a room. Well, currently that is kind of handled with the prefab, right? Which is kind of manually done as well. So like the only thing the scriptable object really does is handle like what rooms are connected to it. Which even this I think I might change later on, but because I at some point I'm gonna need to look over my entire room system. I'm quite sure. Because right now we can only ever have directions of left, right, up and down, which technically is forwards and backwards. But what if I want to have two doors in front of you? I can't differentiate which one is going where. So, fam, do I even need my scriptable objects? Because the way I'm thinking about it is maybe, potentially, having the actual doors have a reference to what door or what room this door leads to. And at that point, I don't even need this. If the doors have a reference, then you can play with the same door leading to different locations in different situations. Yeah, it does give us a little bit more flexibility in that way, right? Because we can even, like, in runtime, we can change the room that this door leads to and stuff. And it allows me to have, technically speaking, I could have, like, infinite doors in a room. But this is mad, because now I'm starting to think, like, do I even need my scriptable objects? I could almost handle all of this through the actual room objects. Like, rather than... Because here, I have a reference to the starting room, which is a scriptable object, and the current room, which is a scriptable object. But I'm quite sure that that's only to set it as the current room. And with the current room, whenever I really do something with this, I loop through it to find the game object. Like, most of the time, the game object is actually the thing I'm looking for. Right now, the reason I need it is because I need to be able to get the direction we're going in from that room, but I'm starting to think I don't even need these data objects for the rooms. It might actually be unnecessary. I could probably handle everything with game objects. And then just have a script on the rooms that have... Yeah, so that's what I do. I make the room scriptable objects into a mono behavior that I put on the room, and now the way we could get it to work is to even have the room prefab, to not have to refactor the direction thing now. I should just have that one have the reference to where the different rooms are going, and add the fucking game objects instead. And at this point, I don't even need to have a dictionary. Because the reason we want to have a dictionary is to be able to use a room data object to find the game object. But now I always have the reference to the game object, so I don't even need to, we barely even need to have the dictionary. What did I just do? I'm sorry. No worries, man. Yeah, this is I'm kinda realizing that I should handle this in a very different way. But this is good. This is good. I think this would be a... Because I'm starting to feel like the scriptable objects I have are almost completely unnecessary. Scheiße. Or as BX would say, Fordas. Yeah. I mean, I think it kind of made sense. I mean, when I made the scriptable objects, that made sense. And for like something, just in reality, the reason we did it was because of the Hillfoot Games with the raid. Dude, you are coming in at the perfect time. I am basically having a nervous breakdown about refactoring here. Could not be better. I'm messing. How you doing, Hillfoot? Let me throw a big old shout out to my dear friend Hillfoot Games. Definitely check him out if you haven't. What's up, people? Acrylic Pixel, welcome in. Rwandas, Miss Blinky, Japan Slay, Zote, Tom Millman, what's up? Don't refactor, it's a trap. It probably is. It probably is. But I'm like, yeah, I don't know. I feel like I'm at that point where you've done a bit of introspection and you realize that I've had everything wrong this entire time. I could make this so much better. Yeah. However, ladies and gentlemen, if you don't know me, maybe I should introduce myself. I go by Madchirpy and we are currently developing a point-and-click horror game, which is called Shroud of Gloom. It is still relatively early in development, but we are making a lot of progress. Started doing some early playtesting and stuff, and yeah, we are currently very excited. Zote, thank you very much for the follow, as well as Darga. Sorry for butchering your name, but thank you very much, I appreciate you. Fun fact, this little hand in the intro is actually done by Hillfoot Games, yours truly. I think that most days, fair enough, refactor when you're in the last stretch. Maybe, but isn't it also kind of like better to do it early sometimes? Because it's more work to refactor this later, like long term, I suppose. Yeah, so this is the gameplay. It's like a 1-bit kind of first-person point-and-click game. I feel like that's relatively unique. You don't see too many point-and-click games actually being made in like a first-person perspective. And yeah, it's gonna be like a puzzle/horror game with a bit of focus on like atmospheric horror and that stuff. And maybe most importantly, the game is available on Steam for wishlists. So if this game looks interesting, you can wishlist it on Steam as we speak. If you guys want to, just because Hillfoot stole this idea from me. To be fair though, I stole the idea from CodeRad first. Here you have a slightly outdated teaser, in case you want to see it. Cheers. There we go. It depends on the refactor. I suppose that is true as well. Yeah, but in the end you'll be asking the right question, which is, do I need to refactor this now? The game is almost done. I do suppose that is true as well. What have you been up to, Hillfoot? Are you working on drawers? Shadow Crushers, what's up, man? Hope you're doing good. Seems like you've gotten way further since last time I was here. Let's go, I'm happy to hear that. Yeah, I feel like we've been doing quite a lot of progress recently, actually. Started working with the particle system as well, which was kind of fun. Something I haven't really been using before. So we have little dust particles floating around in the room, as well as on the interactions. You can see we give just that little bit of extra feedback, which I think is quite nice, I would say. Also, we'll have a few more interactable items, like this window, which you can break, and the sound changes. Isn't that fucking sick? Need to run now, have a good one, chap, appreciate you. No worries, thank you very much for the raid, Hillfoot. I really do appreciate you as well. Yeah, have a good one. If anyone has not, let me quickly do a little shout here as well. Long Gone. This is the game that Hillfoot is currently working on. Look at this shit. It's fucking incredible. So incredible. If you have not He doesn't need it. He has plenty of wish lists. But if you haven't, still go and wishlist the game. He deserves it. I'm messing. I'm not jealous. Shut up. I'm not jealous. You guys don't know what you're talking about. Hilford is showing us his drawers. Exactly. That is sick. Nice touch. Thank you very much, man. Yeah, I feel like I'm very hyped, to be honest. I'm very hyped about this project. Right now, like every day I'm excited to work on it. I feel like we're getting a lot of progress done. And I feel like the game is heading in a good direction with the batteries now. You can recharge your flashlight. You know, small little things, but I do feel like it adds a bit of depth to the game. You could also call it scope creep, potentially. Since I barely even started working on content yet. But the way I see it, I'm kinda focusing on making sure that every mechanic is like as polished and juicy as possible. And then, I mean, we are almost at the point when it's time to start actually working on the content of the game, which is gonna be fun. Currently, like, all of these rooms are pretty much placeholder rooms, but yeah. I'm very excited. To be honest, I don't like the character design. The environment seems way too filling compared to the characters, in my opinion. Do you mean in Long Gone? Nah, I think it's sick, man. Nah. Dude, this is looking sick. I do think, I mean, I see what you mean, because the thing is that, obviously we have some perspective here, so you get the, like, this looks more detailed than this, but I think it really works. I think, like, I really like the art style he has going here. This is the old character, though. He has changed it a bit. Yeah, I was just gonna say exactly so. He has changed the character. Now we have a hoodie instead, right? To minimize the Joel comments. Yeah, I'm feeling good about this. I'm currently, like I said though, I am having a bit of a nervous breakdown about how I'm supposed to handle my rooms. Because I realized that I don't even know if I need my scriptable objects anymore. I actually don't think I do. But now I'm starting to feel like this might be a little bit big of an undertaking to take on as of right now. Potentially. Because the thing I want to do is, I'm feeling pretty good about what we've mainly been working on today is the pickups, getting these particle effects and having the items very quickly kinda fade out instead of instantly being disabled, which I feel like turned out quite nice. It feels a little bit more rewarding picking stuff up now, I feel like. Cheers, Zod. Appreciate ya. Also, Miss Blinky, I don't know if I said, but thank you very much for the follow. I appreciate ya. Prost. Exactly. Skål. Saude. Na zdrowie. Na zdravi. Everything. But I think my room transitions is something we need to work on. I don't know what you guys think, but I find it to be a little bit too basic at the moment, where basically all I'm doing is fading out the room and then fading in the new one. But it's a little bit too quick maybe, and I feel like there's not enough happening when you switch rooms. So what I've been thinking about potentially doing is making something where we kinda, like, if I go through this door on the right, when you click on it, we should kinda pan the camera a little bit to the right. And then when we switch to this room, we have this room start a little bit too much to the right. And we like pan it in to the left instead. So we kind of fake the movement between the rooms. And then likewise we could do, if you're going backwards, we could like slightly zoom out the room. And then do the opposite here, where we start with the room, how would it be? Slightly too zoomed in, and we zoom it back to normal. you know what I mean? And the opposite, if you go through a front door, we would zoom in a bit and then like finish the zoom in to kind of land in this room. I feel like that would sell the transition a little bit better. That's a good idea with the camera pan. I do think so. I feel like it could turn out quite nice. Feels like there's a bit more happening between the rooms compared to what we have now. Maybe make an animation with an hand opening the door in close-up. That could look cool as well. Definitely a bit more work, I would say. Okay, we have an ad running. Sorry about that one. Should be over soon. I don't know about you raiders when you come in. I know that raiders have a little bit of a buffer where you can't get ads as far as I'm aware. So maybe you're fine. I don't know. Yeah, the thing there is that I would need to make hand animations for like each direction and stuff. And I should say, I don't love making hands. Hands is not my... Hands are so difficult to make. So with 19, not 92, and now you only got 49. Wait, are you shaming my viewer number? Are you shaming the fact that... Are you shaming me for losing a bit of viewers? It's quite normal that does happen on raids, and it's completely fair. Obviously a lot of people were watching Hilfert for Hilfert, and I think that's completely fine. I fully understand it. I'm the same. I don't always stay when someone raids out. It depends. It's to be expected. Okay, so... I think the panning thing is something I would like to try. Because the thing is that we have to try it, I feel like, before we know whether it's worked. Because potentially, maybe it could feel a little bit weird if there's too much. Maybe it could feel like nauseating, I don't know. I mean, it's not like a VR game, so probably not. But I feel like I really do want something more going on when you go between the rooms. Maybe add a bit more sound effects as well. Potentially having like a few footsteps. So with the camera movement, maybe a couple of footsteps. Maybe make the animation a little bit longer. I feel like that should sell the transition a bit better. Maybe even have a bit of a flashlight animation where we kinda pop the flashlight up a little bit. Yeah, exactly, like 2 to 4 footsteps, like not too much, because it's still, it has to be relatively quick, but I think it could be slightly slower than it is now. Because I feel like the game kind of ends up feeling more arcadey, right, if you can travel between rooms this quickly. Like, I'm not sure we should allow the player to travel between the rooms this quickly. Because it doesn't feel as realistic. I feel like it kind of breaks immersion. Just like, this is me going through 1, 2... No. Yeah, it's me technically passing between 1, 2, 3, 4 rooms in a matter of like 2 seconds or something. Maybe you shouldn't be able to go through the rooms that quickly. I also don't want to make it so that the player feels like I'm holding them back or anything. Like, that would not be good either. So I think, yeah, what I'm trying to say is that I think there's a bit of a balance here where we have to make sure to have it quick enough so it doesn't get annoying, but slow enough so it doesn't feel too arcadey. Do you know what I mean? Footsteps sound with a bit of a shush sound as well, maybe like the wind, yeah. Yeah, I think having some stuff like that to kind of sell the transition a bit more would make it feel a lot better. Can make a couple second delay, yeah. I think now I have like 1 second. Because I can't click immediately. You can see that the room still fades in, and I think the fade out, fade in takes 1 second. But I think like, I feel like it could be a bit slower. Maybe something like 3 seconds? 2 seconds? Maybe? I mean, we should probably try that, to be honest, to see how it feels. Is it gonna break if I save this? 5-second delay with footsteps and wind sounds? Maybe. I think the thing is, we have to kinda try it to see. Because I definitely think that... Ooh, what happened there? I just went through a closed door. Speedrun strats. How did that happen? Oh, I have one of these hitbox issues again. I had this before where I could sneak through a door by clicking in a very specific place. I think I have the same issue. That's something to fix for another day. Yeah, I don't know. I'm scared 5 might be a bit too much, but I definitely think this is too quick. Let me try something. Let's see if we can do like a 3-second delay. Because what this is all about is the state of the game. How I currently do this is that I technically switch to the cutscene state when we change room, and then I switch back. So it's if we added some delay. Let's see, on cutscene started. Change state to cutscene. On cutscene ended, we change back to gameplay. Door event. So when you click on a door, we switch to cutscene. And on new room, we switch back to gameplay. So if we just delay this one, let's do this quickly. Let's do a coroutine. I mean an I enumerator called I don't know, on a new room delay, sure, where we say yield return new, wait for seconds. So currently it's 1 second. No, wait, it's only half a second, isn't it? When is on new room published? When do I actually publish new room? That's when I set the room, which happens after half a second. Ah, so technically stuff is interactable when the fade in starts. So we already have half a second of a delay when you click on this one and we start fading out. So after half a second... Oh no, when you click this one. When we publish this one, it takes half a second before we publish on new room, or the new room event. So we already have a wait time of half a second. So let's try and add a 2.5 second delay before we change the state. And then here we now instead start the coroutine on new room delay. Let's see how that feels. Obviously it would be a lot better when we have a bit more of an animation. Because now it's just gonna be almost, it's probably gonna feel a bit like unnecessary wait time. So I'm gonna try and spam the door immediately. Boom. Oh no, wait, I don't have the flashlight. Never mind, let's go back. Oh, I think that's too much. Boom. Even 2.5 seconds actually feel pretty... Yeah, I think that's a bit much. Yeah, maybe let's try 1.5. So that would be a total wait time of 2 seconds. I just said as well, this should, because it feels more weird now because we don't have any animation. But as soon as we have a bit of a animation selling the movement, I think it would feel better. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, now the flashlight bugs a little bit as well, but this is like about enough time to make sure that the player sees what's in the room. Because imagine if I have some random event thing where like if you go into this room then someone is standing here. If you can like instantly click out of the room again, you might completely miss that, right? So I feel like it's kind of good that we have a little second to kind of collect ourselves in the room. Maybe it could be slightly quicker. But to be fair, we can't really know before we have the animation. Because this is always gonna feel weird now because nothing is happening. It feels like the game freezes for a second. But when we have like an animation, I feel like it might feel pretty good. Let's try a 1 second delay. For now, I suppose we should do half a second. Since that would be the entire fade out. Ooh, I treated the pickup twice there. There were 2 sound effects. Yeah. Oh, that's something I need to fix. Yeah, we do not need to change this as we get the animation right, but I feel like the camera panning one could be a pretty decent animation. Wait, is 1 second delay affecting so 2 rooms is made instead? No.
Time to stretch.
Because all we actually ever do is to disable and enable rooms, so you actually you shouldn't be able to create multiple rooms. I think it's the fact that the pickup stuff I have, I added this thing where I don't, before I would immediately destroy the item. Now I do like a 0.25 second fade out when you click on it. But the thing is that the item is still interactable when that happens. So I think that is the issue. But though, I guess that happens with... Oh yeah, that should happen with normal collectibles as well. But there's a really easy... Yeah, exactly. All we need to do, because I already have a interactable... like variable or whatever on my interactable script. Yeah, I wonder, can I even get... I think I can get 2 screwdrivers if I spam click it. Maybe 3 even? Yeah, no, we can't have that. We cannot have that. That is not okay. This is cheating. How you doing, Lyomatech? Hope you're doing good. I come back and my tabs have converged. How goes it? It's doing good, it's doing good. I did have a small breakdown about how to handle my rooms, but that's fine, it happens. We'll see, I might do a refactor, maybe not, we'll see. I feel like but I kind of been thinking about refactoring how I handled the like room layout system at some point anyway. That's probably a good idea, actually. So let's make sure this is saved. What are we done here?
Cheers.
This is basically just a delay, so delay between rooms. Let's commit this. Cheers out. Sometimes we gotta break down to build up or whatever the saying is. Yeah, exactly. What's up, Brian? Do you want to know what keyboard I have? I think I have it on my setup thing. I don't know if the links work anymore. They are affiliate links, but you have the name as well. You don't even have to click on the affiliate link. I'm quite sure I have my... Oh, I might actually not. Do I not have my keyboard on here? Never mind, I scammed you. I can show you which one I have. But yeah, I don't even know if my affiliate links work anymore, because apparently Amazon decided to kick me off the affiliate program. Yeah, can someone do the fail sound effect? Bum bum bum. Does it say on my keyboard? Thank you. Qpad IMK85.
Bruh.
This is the keyboard I have. But then I have actually, this is insane, because you wouldn't believe it from how loud this keyboard is. But I've actually put these like keyboard silences on like each key of my keyboard, and still it's pretty loud. Oh yeah, this is the keyboard I have. I've had it for a long time as well. But, you know, I'm quite happy with it, to be honest. I don't mind it. I don't feel like I have much complaints about it, to be fair. Exactly, as long as it does the job. Chirpy point of view, how to make problem fixing actually fun. Exactly. How you doing, Shadow Crushes? Hope you're doing good, man. Loud keyboard is good. Wired keyboard is 2 times good. Yeah, I don't mind. I do have a wireless mouse now, which is kinda neat, to be honest, because I also have a like 10-meter HDMI cable over to my computer. Oh, sorry, to my TV. So it's kinda nice that I can just grab my mouse and still like control my TV, or control my computer from the couch. That's what I'm trying to say. Apparently, I can't speak today. That's how it goes. You get what I'm saying. Looking forward to refactoring if it happens sometime in the future. I kinda like refactoring. I don't know if that's a good thing, but I do kinda like it. Because I think, like I said before, I enjoy the process of learning how to do something in a better way, you know. Yeah, collect item on click. If we fade out and destroy, we need to make sure that this interactable is not interactable. The easiest way to do that is to make we're gonna make a private interactable called, you guessed it, interactable. And then in await, we're gonna say that interactable is equal to get component interactable. And then we call the interactable.override particle effect. And now, down here, as soon as we start fading out, we just say that interactable dot... Scheisse. Is that private? Oh, I don't even have a... I don't have my interactable bool anymore. I think I calculated. Yeah, I do. If we are in gameplay and the light is on, then it is interactable. So I don't set it myself, I calculate the interactability. So okay, then the next easiest thing we can do is to just turn off the raycast target. That's gonna do the same thing. If we turn off the raycast target, you cannot click on it twice and all of your problems will be solved. I hate coding with APIs. Do you? I would say you just refactor little things here and there, if needed, as you go. Yeah. And better have a test in place before to make sure that you don't break anything along the way. By the way, is it the same playlist or some new one? No, I'm still doing the same playlist. It's a very long one, so there are a lot of songs in it, but nowadays I pretty much always use the same playlist. It's the Stream Beats Synthwave. Yeah, when the site gives no support and there's no documentation on the API either, yeah, that doesn't sound super fun, to be fair. I haven't done a lot of stuff with APIs, to be honest. I suppose I did with... I still don't... I'm still such a noob. I barely know how you define API. Sorry for the flashbang. Connection between computers or between computer programs. But usually it would be something like, if I'm making a Twitch bot, then I would be working with the Twitch API, right? Which would be the connection between the bot and the, like, Twitch server. Right? That's like a somewhat reasonable explanation of an API, right? Or like the use case of it, I suppose. Trying to use Moxfield's API. No idea what that is. Oh, Magic the Gathering deck builder. Ooh, interesting. Okay, so technically we can keep this one. Oh, I already have a reference to the image. Perfect. So instead of doing any of this, when we fade out, we say image.raycast target is equal to false. And now you should not be able to spam those anymore. Let's go and collect a few items. Okay, let's spam it. Yeah, that was only one. Now you cannot spam click those, but these, I think we can spam click. Yeah, so we need to fix those. Those are objects that enable UI elements or mechanics in the game, so those work a little bit differently. Yeah, making the most advanced Magic the Gathering Discord bots. Gonna implement custom AI system as well. Holy shit. I mean, it sounds very cool, man. I've never played Magic the Gathering, to be honest. I know I have some friends who play it, but I haven't played it myself. I'm going to go. Bye and good luck on your game. Thank you very much, Zote, and thank you for dropping by. Appreciate having you here, and I'll see you next time. Cheers, man. Oh, you know what? Do I not have one to turn off? I think I have a component to turn off raycast targets. So on these ones, like the... Where is my flashlight item? Now, since we have the delay, should I not do something like temporarily disable raycasts? No, block raycasts on click. But isn't that different? Enable raycasts on enable. Unblock raycasts on click. Yeah, this is for a canvas group. Do I not have one specifically for just getting the image? This one uses image. Oh, wait, delay. Do I do something here, maybe where I... Temporary... Oh no, so if I would have a 0-second delay, it would go back immediately, so it doesn't even turn it off. Remove. I mean, usually this is a problem because I'm fading out, right? So what if we use the fade out component and we do a serialize field private bool where we check disable raycast target. And then when you interact, we just do a check. If we're supposed to disable the raycast target, then we say that image.raycast target is equal to false. Do I want this to... This should be a fade in as well though. A bool defaults to false, right? I think I might keep it that way actually. I only have 12 commands at the moment, can I get more later on? I have one command/system called check card shops where I need to use APIs and such, but that alone is like 600 lines. And I'm not even half done with it yet. Holy shit, man. Disable raycast target, true. And then we go to the bag item. Fade on click, disable raycast target, true. Last but not least, we should have the map over here, where we also want to disable the raycast target. Apply. So now we should not be able to spam those either. Try this one first. Yeah, that was fine. Fine as well. And last but not least. Nice. Now none of these objects can be spammed. Always kinda nice when you find bugs before you ship it, do you know what I mean? I mean, I suppose that is the best way of doing it. Actually quite surprised with the first playtesting build I did. There were incredibly few bugs that were actually found. Like, obviously I got a lot of valuable feedback and stuff, which I really do appreciate. But not a lot of bugs found, which is nice. I think I have gotten pretty thorough when it... Like, you kinda... I suppose you get into a habit of testing this stuff yourself as well, like finding them before someone else has to. Not that I, you know, obviously I don't believe I'm gonna catch every single bug, like that's no way that's gonna happen, but when you do, it's nice. Yeah, we need to do something with the flashlight in the like room transition animation as well, because now when it kind of freezes for half a second, that looks a little bit weird. I think you have a very good systematic approach to writing the code, which saves you from bugging in the future. Yeah, I think I have gotten better at like making, like, I suppose I've gotten better at testing myself. Do you know what I mean? At like knowing what kind of bugs to expect and like trying out random stuff like that. And sometimes, of course, it's by pure randomness, like when I found a bug where if you clicked like right on the edge of a locked door, you could pass through it. You know, proper fucking speedrun strat. That was by pure accident. You always test the happy flow no matter what, yeah. Yeah. I need to do something with this. I suppose I need to... You know what we could do? We could actually tween the position of the flashlight to the position it's supposed to be at, depending on where the cursor is. Or I just make... No, you know what we do? I just made the flashlight follow the cursor in cutscenes as well. That would be kind of fine. Then we would get rid of this little flashlight freeze. It's not just testing, and notice how you write. I'm actually very surprised you've been learning to code by yourself. Cheers, I appreciate that. I do think the chat has helped me a lot though. I said it before earlier in the stream, and I don't think I would be nearly as good as a developer today if I was not streaming the development of this game. Like, I do think I've gotten a lot of really valuable like inputs and tips and stuff from the chat. So, you know, I do appreciate you guys. The command is 636 lines to be precise. Holy shit. And is that like one method? No. No. It can't be. No, that's too much. You can't have one method that long. Right? Right? Please tell me I'm right. Okay, this seems to be working. I wonder... Let me check the flashlight. UI canvas. Flashlight. I think this is the one that calculates the position of the flashlight. And right now, yeah, we only do it if you're in gameplay. Why? Oh yeah, I don't want to do it in... There's no reason to do it in like the pause menu. That's just weird. But I suppose for now, I might just say if it's equal to this or if it's equal to cutscene. No, I think I should make a new one. We should have a new state, which is called like transition, because we might want to handle this stuff differently. So let me, because it's a little bit weird calling this a cutscene. Because the 1 second between rooms is not really a cutscene, is it? Like, a cutscene you imagine to be a bit longer, right? So what if we add a new state? Which we just call a transition. Change state. And then we do current state equals transition break. One command with 3 subcommands. Holy shit, man. And only like 60% of the command works. Just add a random loading bar for 1 second while in the cutscene, boom, fixed. Maybe you're onto something. Maybe you're onto something. Pause, you go back. Oh, this might get messy if you pause during a transition. Last state. If we're not in pause, because that means that if you unpause, you would go back to a transition. Okay, we need to. This is what I mean. I'm expecting to find bugs before they happen. I think this is gonna break the way I handle the states when pausing. Just so you can't pause while transitioning. You know what? That's a pretty decent idea, actually. I think well, maybe this isn't an issue, because that might actually already be the case. Yeah, because on escape, I only pause the game in gameplay. So this would actually default and break. So actually, right now, you cannot... Yeah, there's no way for you to pause the game while in a transition. So never mind, it's not gonna be a problem. Let's keep it like that for now, and we'll test whether or not it feels good or bad. Okay, so we now have the transition state. So now what we need to change is on door event, we want to change this to transition. And when we set a new room, we want to go back to gameplay. Save. And then in the flashlight, we should now say that if we are either in... Can I do this? Wait, can I do something like this? Game manager.state. Transition. That's not gonna work. But if I wrap this up in parentheses, I hate that fucking word. Does this work? No. Is there a way where I don't have to check this twice? Does anyone know? Is there, do I need to explicitly say if it's equal to this or this? Is there not a way to get around this? I feel like it has to be. So otherwise what I need to do is check the current state twice. But can I not minimize this code somehow? This is gonna work though. So if we're in either gameplay or transition, then you follow the cursor. Okay, and then we go through here. Yeah, now it follows all the time. But stuff is still not interactable until that little delay. Even just this, like, what do I do now? Half a second extra delay between the rooms. Oh wait, here we have an issue though. If I hold over the back arrow, it doesn't fade in. So that would mean I need to make hover interactable to work in transitions as well. But even this actually feels quite a lot better. It's not as instant. But I think you could have a little bit more of a transition delay. But there's no point in adding it until we have the actual animation, because that's gonna make it feel less weird. Which is now static, just waiting in a room feels odd, but if there's like an animation kind of thing playing, I feel like it's gonna be fine. And we already kind of have it, the idea of how to do it, but then we got a little bit distracted trying to see if we can refactor my entire room manager. But I did make this new function where we can call a room transition with the room we go into, whether we are exiting or leaving, and then the direction we're going. So in this code, we can try to like move the game objects. And to be fair, this is actually... This would work now for exiting. Not for going into a room. But I suppose we could try it and do something like... This is the game object. We could try the zoom in thing. Just to see how it looks. Wait, we should try the pausing thing as well. Can I pause here? No, I can't. Yeah, it's not until the room is like fully loaded, that's when you can pause it. I think that's kind of fine. Let's see. Room transition. We have a reference to the game object. So... the first we need to check is whether this is the target room or not. Oh, dude, this is gonna be an if statement tree like none other. Huh. I don't know, I feel like your game would be perfect for a room randomizer, so it's random what room you spawn into and gets into. I mean, you could definitely do it that way. I'm not sure I want to do it that way. I might do a bit of stuff where it's like disorienting. Like we talked about before, maybe at one point a door leads you to a certain room, but then at another point in the game, that room leads you to a new one, kind of to mess with the player a little bit. I feel like stuff like that could work. I don't know if I want it to be randomized, since I'm trying to make a quite... I am trying to make it quite like tailored atmospheric horror experience, and if it randomizes the room layouts, the main issue is that I feel like I lose the ability to control the tension. Do you know what I mean? Because you could end up getting into like a jump scare room like 3 times in a row, and that's not gonna pay off as well as if we build the tension in between those rooms, you know. You could in the future make a room randomizer mode, yeah. I mean, it's definitely possible to do it. That is true. What's up, Bjarne? How you doing? Welcome in, man. Hope you're doing good. Trying to work on a few room transitions here. See if we can make a little bit more of a... I think doing some camera movement when we switch rooms could look really cool. So what I'm thinking is that like when you click on this door, we like zoom in a little bit. When you click on this door, we like pan a little bit to the left to kind of sell the movement a bit more. I feel like that could be pretty nice. I feel like we should try the one going up first, because that should be... like just to see how it would feel to have something like it. And then maybe, since we have you here, we might not have time to implement it today though, because I am gonna have to leave relatively soon. But what I'm thinking is that maybe we could try the footstep thing again, but we don't have any panning on it. Because I remember that we tried the whole footstep thing on room transitions before, but it didn't end up sounding right. But I think that was because we panned the sound. And the issue, I think, is that with footsteps, they can't pan right, because your footsteps are always heard from where you are. So it would always be quite equal, right? So I think maybe if we try having like a 2-3 footstep noise with no panning when we switch rooms, could maybe work. I think it's worth trying again at least. Yeah, we could try again, exactly. I think it's worth giving it a go, because I feel like we need to do something to sell the transition between the rooms a bit more. This like static fading out is... yeah, I just feel like it's not selling it enough, the fact that you're like switching rooms. So with like a little bit of camera movement and maybe some footsteps, I feel like it could be kind of cool. Can I post a link? Probably. It depends on the link, but what you wanna share? Okay, if it's not the target room, maybe we should do switch statements here. Yeah, we do if target room or not target room, and then we do switch statements depending on the direction. I think that's the way to do it. So we do a switch depending on direction, where we say chase direction left. What do we want to do when you go left? Well, we want to pan the room. So room do move. DG tweening. Oh, this is a game object. Room.transform.do local move x. So on the x-axis, we want to move a little bit to... Wait, I pass in... This would be a float value. Oh, but the rooms are centered, right? Every room object should be centered. So this is gonna be quite easy. Room 0. Position X is 0. So let's just do... How much should we pan the camera? Like if you're going to the left, maybe just something like that, like 20 pixels or something. Let's also do some easing here. I feel like that would be nice. Private ease called transition ease. And then here we move to the X position of, let's say, if you're going to the left, we want to move the room to the right, because it would be the opposite. So that would be a positive value on the x-axis, so we say 20. During... Well, the fade out is half a second, right? So I guess this should happen in half a second as well. And then we set ease as the transition ease. And then if you're going up, we want to move local Y. No. If you're going up, we want to zoom in. So can we do something like do local scale? Do scale? Oh yeah, scale doesn't have a local value, right? Twins a transform local scale to the given value, and it's a vector 3. Also stores the transform as the twin's target, so it can be used for filtered operations. Float duration. So in that case, do I have to say new vector 3? I think I need to. So let's do vector 3. Position. No, I don't need to do this. YouTube link? Yeah, but for what? Like, what is it you wanna show? It's probably fine. Like, we do allow links, so it should be fine. As long as, you know, people don't misuse it, I'm gonna keep it on. Oh, footstep sounds. The question is also... free to use. It does say free to use. They feel a little bit light. Yeah, I think they might be a bit too light. But it is kind of those type of sounds. I feel like the ones we had before were a little bit heavier, which I feel like might sound better. We'll see, in the end we're gonna have to try it and see whether it works or not. Also, I think something we should do is add a little bit of like, not maybe on exactly those sound effects, but potentially in maybe even a bit randomly, or maybe not randomly, but maybe in tailored moments, add little like floor creaks and stuff to kind of mess with the player. Because I know Hilford Games did that in 10 Bells, and it did fuck me up a little bit. Like right when you were in a specific spot, you would hear a little bit of like a floorboard creaking, and it kind of makes you feel a bit at unease, you know. Okay, if you're going up, we want to scale, we want to zoom in, right? Which means we need to make the scale bigger. So we go like 1.2, 1.2. Z should be 0. No, can I not do this? Oh wait, I need the duration, right? 0.5 seconds. And then we also want to set ease. Okay, do I need to say new? There we go. Easy peasy. Let's copy this one. I was only supposed to do one, I accidentally did every direction now. But I think this is a good way to test it. Okay, if you're going to the right, we want to move the room to the left. So we do... I don't know why I visualize it like this. I can't help it. In that case, we want to move the room to the left with the same ease, the same duration. Last but not least, if you're going down, which technically up and down here actually means forward and backwards. I don't know, I didn't use the best words here. On the map, it would be up and down though, you could argue. In that case, if you go down, we want to zoom out, right? So then we go 0.8. And 0.8. And that should be enough to get this to at least see how it would look. We're not gonna have like the landing animation, but we do have the one at the... like when we exit the room at least. Just to see how it feels to play around with the sprites. Room manager, ease transition. Let's do something like in-out cubic, maybe? No, we should probably do out cubic. Want it to be slow and then quick. So the opposite of this, we want an in, I think. We want like ease in cubic. So it's slow and then quicker. Yeah, maybe ease in cubic. In cubic. I'm kinda excited to see how this looks. I didn't add a default one, did I? Default break. I don't know, do you need a default? I don't think you need to, but that basically becomes a null check, right? If you would always call the correct ones, you would be fine without it. But it's basically like checking if you would ever accidentally pass in something else, it's still gonna work. I've been looking at some audio recorders, been looking at maybe buying this one. Then we could record some Foley ourselves. That would be kinda cool, to be honest. If anyone in chat has any experience with audio recording Foley and want to recommend an audio recorder, feel free. Yeah, for sure. Wait, is this... I hate purchasing websites, just sometimes or store websites, because they do have a tendency to wanna dox your location a little bit. I mean, it looks cool, kinda expensive. But I do suppose it is gonna be, right? Like, it's basically a high quality microphone in the end, isn't it? Does it team? But isn't it just an audio editor? Because Audacity I use for some stuff, but we're basically looking for the actual Foley microphone, so you can, like, you know, record yourself, like slamming your door or taking your footstep and stuff. Yeah, exactly. The door is... Yeah, you use a bit more serious stuff. You know, I use Audacity to, like, add a little bit of a filter, whereas you do cray stuff in, like, FL Studio, which I don't understand no more. I did use it once, but, you know, way back in the days. Yeah, but this is software as well. Like, technically we're looking for hardware here, right? Like, it's the microphone we're looking for. Like one of those portable microphones to record sound effects. I don't know, I feel like Foley could be quite fun to try, actually. Like, I feel like it's probably quite fun to go around and try to, like, find your own sound effects in the actual world. Dude, I said that in such a dramatic way, but you know what I mean. It sounds like it could be a pretty fun thing to do. Okay, shall we see how this looks? If it works. Maybe a little bit too intense? Oh, but I kinda like it. Oh, but it doesn't work. Oh, the room stays moved. I see, that's an issue. Yeah, because now the entire room is, like, misaligned, so... Yeah, that would be the thing that we have to do when we enter a room, to always make sure that it lines up again. This one we would need to change, because now you're going straight ahead. You would actually end up going a bit higher, right? Because when you exit this door, your head would be here. It's not centered in the screen, whereas now we're going, like, straight ahead. And I think that zoom in might be a little bit much. On this side axis here, I feel like it kinda works. I feel like maybe with the zoom in stuff, we can only do, like, 10%. I think doing 20% might be a bit much. And then going down, we can probably do it centered. New vector 3. Scale. Oh, that would mean that when you go up, we actually need to... Room dot... We need to change the... We need to do a do local move Y to, like... So that should be at 0. If we do, like, maybe... Let's see, I want to move the room downwards so I feel taller. So we should do, like, maybe minus 10 pixels. Let's see how that feels. And I would be able to use it in music as well. Oh yeah, that's probably true. Make your own little sounds for songs and shit. That stuff is always kind of cool. You know when you see those little short form videos or whatever, when they, like, have some random recording from outside and they make a fucking banjo with it. Like, that stuff is very fun. Okay, a little bit too high now. Now it feels like I'm almost floating upwards. So maybe just 5 pixels. I should have this as variables I can set in the inspector instead of using, like, these magic numbers. Yeah, that felt better. Am I calling this function when I... This is when we set new room. Q new room. Here is where I have all of the references. Next room... that's a room. That's bad. So I would need to pass through a lot of parameters here. Well, here I can already do the delay, so it's better to do it here. But I need to find the next room. Okay, I'm gonna do this the bad way for now. So now we check to find the current room again. I should make my own helper function to find the room, but I think I'm gonna refactor this later on anyway, so it doesn't matter. Let's just do idly work for now and get it to function. Now target room is equal to true. Direction, direction. But I don't want to... No, actually, I don't want to pass in this now. I want to pass it in as a parameter here so that we can queue it afterwards. So here, I want to bring along the game object room, the bool target room, as well as the direction. Can I invoke something with parameters? Because otherwise I could invoke this, but I don't know if you can do that with parameters. It might not work. New room. Nah, let's do this. We loop through these again. Let's create a game object, current room object. And then here, all we're gonna do, if we find that one, we're gonna say that the current room object is equal to room. And then here, we pass in the current room object. I actually don't need to pass in this bool. That's unnecessary, but I do need the direction. So we go... I'm doing really ugly code here. I could just assign a direction earlier and reuse it, but you know, this is just to get it working. Use of unassigned local variable. But I should assign it here. I suppose I could move this and only start it if I find the correct room. That is kind of fine. Like I said, this doesn't have to be pretty for now. So let's move you here. Q new room. Room, door event direction. And then here, after the delay, this is when we trigger the room transition with room, true, direction. That should be fine. And what we do here would basically be to do the opposite of this stuff. Right? So actually this can just be an else statement if it is the target room. When you go away, the room should always be centered and we should move it away. When you go into a room, we need to switch the position. So we need to say that, because here it should always move back to 0, right? So we should set the position to this and move it back to 0. So room.transform. local position is equal to new vector 3 which is going to be x-axis. So this is if you're going left, the first room moves right, and the second room should also come in from the right, which means it should be too much to the left to begin with. So this should now be the opposite. It should be minus 20 and 0.5 seconds. And here... No, what am I doing? This is a vector 3, so 0, 0, right? Now we set the position, so we move the room to the left when you're going left, and then we pan it into the right. That should be correct. So now we just pan this to 0 for 0.5 seconds. And then if you're going to the right, we would do the opposite. When now we want to put the position more to the right. Because you're going in right, so the room is gonna move. I don't know why I need to visualize this with my hands, but I need to, just otherwise I don't know what I'm doing. Yeah, this should be the opposite. And then here we have to reset the scale instead. So we go room.transform.local scale. If you're going down, the room you go into should be slightly zoomed in. Yeah, so it should be the opposite. It should be 1.1. Wait, local scale is equal to new vector 3, 1.1, 1.1, 0. And then we tween it back to the normal size. I feel like you try to do the same thing twice for the different positions. Well, it's the thing that I have to do it the opposite way depending on if I go into a room. I should probably make some like functions to do this where I can just pass in the values, you know? We should just pass in the room, get the transform and set this. But they need to be different because coming in from a direction swaps the... I suppose I could use ternary operators though to kind of minimize this code. But in the end, right now, I just want to get this working to see whether it works or not. And this is by far not the best way of doing it, but it's an easy way of doing it. But I think maybe using ternary operators for these values could be a good way of minimizing the code later. But we're gonna get it working in an ugly way and then we can fix it and tune it later. Okay, so local position. That should be fine. Here we zoom in. And then we go back. If you're going upwards, we should... If we're going forward, we zoom into the first room, so the other room should start zoomed out. So this should be 0.9, 0.9. Oh yeah, I should have the zoomed out vector and the zoomed in vector. That would be an easy way of doing it. And then we're gonna go back to 1, 1. And here I don't know. I don't think we need to do a local move Y. But we need to make sure that we reset it correctly. So I think we do that instead. We say that the local position equals new vector 3, 0, 0, 0. Yeah, I think that might work. Let's just try it and see what happens. Why do you do a local move Y? It's because when you go through a door forwards, I don't only want to zoom in, but just with the perspective that we have, that would make you shorter, right? Because if you would go straight forward in this room, like, we need to move the room down as well, because if I would zoom in all the way, it would look like we're entering the room here, which means that your height, your eyesight, is centered in the room. It would be like centered on the door, which means that you're basically as tall as the handle on the door. So that looks a bit weird. That's why when I go in now, I move up a little bit as well, so it looks like the position you're going to is like at a relatively normal height. Because you would expect your eyes to be like here instead. Yeah, otherwise it's gonna basically feel like you're a little kid. Whereas now you can see that we kinda... yeah. Ooh, I don't know about that one. That felt a little bit weird. Oh. No. Oh. It's because I need to use a different ease. Don't I? I think so. I think the easing might be messing this up. I don't know. Exit ease. And then we do a enter ease. So when you exit a room or when you enter a room. Which means that if you are the target room, that means we should use the enter ease instead. And then in the room manager, we say that the exit ease is in cubic. And then we do out cubic. Let's see if that changes it. Oh, that felt better. It did feel better. Just now it doesn't do that little like... It almost felt like it lagged a little bit before. I mean, I don't hate it. I even think I like it, actually. Yeah, I think this is pretty nice. It definitely feels more like you are like moving between the rooms. Obligatory window break. Oh, I'm not resetting the wipe position correctly, am I? No, I can't be. This should be at the top. So that's when I enter a room in the backwards direction. Yeah, just this one I changed the position on up. I might do... Let's just do it on both to make sure that the position is always reset. I have a small idea, maybe add some bobbing when moving. That it feels like you're actually walking and not floating. That could be a good idea. The thing is that I wonder if you're gonna notice. Because it's relatively quick, right? Like we barely have time for one head bob. It's definitely worth trying though. Okay, now it looks like the positions are being set up correctly. Yeah, now the lamp is correct. In my opinion, I would have the transition be a bit longer, but that's just my taste of things. No, it's possible that we might do it longer. Just like I said, I don't want the player to be able to go between the rooms too quickly. Whoops. Did I go through a closed door? I did. Don't worry about that. I might do it. I might actually do him a little bit longer. That is fair. We just have to make sure that this doesn't get... like, the transition cannot get annoying. You don't go through a closed door, you somehow close it while going through it. I think I'm going through a closed door. Because it becomes uninteractable while I exit. So if I click on the exit and then try to close the door, it's impossible. Because we switch to the transition scene, which means that nothing is interactable. If I manage to go through a door while it's closed, it almost... yeah, I think it must be that I close the door and then pass through it. Which I did have that... there you go. I did have that issue with these locked doors as well. I think I just never updated the unlocked doors to work the same way. Yeah, speedrun. Obviously it was a worse problem with locked doors, but you shouldn't be able to do it with unlocked doors either. Let's actually make sure to write that down so we don't forget it. I mean, right now I'm feeling... we can definitely tweak them, but we do have functional room transitions. Not sure about that one, we'll see, depending on how we do it. Fix door skip, but this time it's specifically for unlocked doors. We have to fix it. I would consider this a bug and issue. I saw the door open and close, or maybe I must be specific. No, but it could still happen, but the execution order, I think, is wrong. I think what I did is that I opened, closed the door, and then did the door skip. But obviously very quickly. But at that point, it's kind of hard to tell whether I exited before I closed the door or vice versa. But the way it's coded right now, it should be impossible to close the door after you exit. However, to close the door and then do a little door skip, which I don't seem to be able to recreate now. There we go. That is technically functional. So the way I solved it on these on the locked doors, the doors that require keys, that's technically a different prefab, that's why the other one didn't update. The way I do it is that the exit object behind the door is deactivated. And we only activate it when you open the door. So this object that's being highlighted, the exit, that one basically gets disabled when I close the door. So there's no way for me to click on it because it's not there, you know. So I just need to do the same thing with the unlocked doors. and made sure that, because now the exit is behind here, so if there's like a millipixel that I could click on, I can skip the door basically. Why don't you introduce an event system where you do an input, it creates an event, and only one action is possible because it eats the event? Well, there is, like, per click, you can only trigger one thing. That is pretty much functional. So I don't think doing it as an event system like that would change it, because here the issue is that the real issue is that I can click on the exit when I shouldn't be able to. Like, I'm not clicking through the door, I'm clicking, like, I'm technically only clicking on the exit, because obviously the door doesn't open when I click on it. So you can only do one interaction at a time. Like here, technically now I'm holding on both the flashlight and the exit, right? But since the flashlight is the Raycast target closest to me, or at the highest layer, that's the one I'm gonna click on. So I think the easy way to do it is the way I did it with the locked doors, where I just disabled the exit behind it. Because the issue is with how Unity works with, like, or I suppose it's how the computer handles floats, right? Where sometimes a float value can, if you set it to 0, it might actually be like, you know, 0.0000012 or something. Which means that the exit behind the door might have like a fucking millipixel of a hitbox more to the left, because I promise you now, since I can click here, I don't think I can do the door skip. I think it would be impossible for me to do the door skip on this side. Yeah, I don't think I can do it on this side, because the issue is that they don't align perfectly. But like I said, the easiest way to fix it is to only enable the exit when you open the door, and then we disable it when you close it. That's how I solved it with the locked doors, and I feel like that works. It does the job. I was running out of battery here. But while we're thinking about the transitions, I feel like these... Of course we can always fine-tune it and like tweak it and stuff, but I actually quite like it. Ooh, look at that. That is not being set up correctly now. We're not resetting the... Look at this dirt, and then I go through. It's at the same place. We have the same dirt in every room. That means Effects Manager on game state changed. Yeah. If it's not set active, not equal to transition, since we changed that. That should fix it. Welcome back, people, how you doing? Back from Larkin, did you fix the particle sort order? Kind of. Did I do a laser fix? Yes. Maybe not. Oh, because now it is in a cutscene. Fuck! Oh, I need to do this on... Oh, we need to do it on both. So I did fix it, I just destroyed it again. Good timing. Right when you asked me, I basically messed it up. So if it's not equal to transition, how the fuck do I do this? It might actually be easier to make a new bool. I don't know. Bool is... What do I want to check? Is transition... Is not or is? It doesn't matter. Is transition or cutscene is equal to... If the current cutscene, if the current state is transition, or if the current state is cutscene, then you return true. And then here we should do the opposite. We should do not is transition or cutscene. So if it is a transition or a cutscene, we set active false, and then when we change back to gameplay, it's gonna set it to true because this is going to be false, so this is going to be not false. Yeah, makes sense, right? The fucking negatives, when you use them like that, can be a little bit confusing sometimes. Like, okay, this is... I don't set it to true, I set it to not false. Which, you know, by technicality is true. No, I didn't. Okay, we have dust here, let me restart. There's no dust here now? Yeah. So the way I fixed it, people, is that I just disabled the dust during the cutscene. Easy fix, don't have to worry about the layout order. Maybe not the best way, we might look into actually doing a proper fix later on. But easiest way to fix it quickly. And now when we're in the game, we have the dust. If we... Let's see, let's go in here, pick up the flashlight. Let's find a dust particle, like this one. Go through. Yeah, and there's new dust. Nothing is in the same position. That's the way it should be. So now the dust in each room is going to be unique. Yeah. Small details, but details matter. If it's working, it's working, exactly. This is starting to feel nice. I'm actually really happy about the projects we've been doing lately. The game does feel a lot more polished. I quite like it. I do quite like it, not gonna lie. However, ladies and gentlemen, I do think this is where I'm gonna have to end it for today. But please stick around and let's see if we can find someone to throw a little raid at. Of course, if you haven't, make sure to go and wishlist the game. It's the number one way to support the development. We do appreciate those wishlists very much. Other than that, if you guys want to connect more with the community, feel free to join the Discord. Let's see who we have live. And of course, if you have been enjoying the stream, feel free to click that little follow button. I think it should be like right below here somewhere. You know, feel free to click it if you haven't. If you already have clicked it, don't click it. That's no good. But if you haven't clicked it, you know, you can click the follow button. Let's see who we have live today. Let's go over to... We see if we have someone I haven't raided before. I don't think I raided gamedev before, actually. Let's go over to gamedev. Like always, thank you all so much for being here. I really do appreciate each and every single one of you, whether you've been lurking, chatting, hanging out, helping me out, whatever it might be. Also, shout out to Hillfoot Games for the massive raid, as well as 8bits a byte for the raid. We do appreciate that as well. All of the new follows, appreciate every single one of you. Have a nice weekend, you as well. I will be back on Monday with some more development. But yeah, until then, have a great one. Appreciate all of you. And yeah, have a nice weekend. Cheers.